Excellence.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Academic Conference 100 Years of the Satversme, organized by the Latvian Academy of Science and the Chancery of the President of Latvia. This wonderful event will be opened by first His Excellency President of Latvia, Mr. Egils Levits. Your Excellency, Federal President Steinmeier, Honorable President of the Sejm, Justices of the Constitutional Law Commissions, ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating the centenary of Satversme these days. 100 years ago, on 15th of February 1922, the first officially and freely elected Parliament of Latvia Constitutional Assembly adopted Satversme, our constitution, which defined the government system of the new free Latvian state. Members of the Parliament took the best examples from the European democratic countries when drafting the constitution and thus confirming our link with the European culture and Western legal tradition, or the continental law tradition. They were inspired by the United Kingdom and French Third Republic constitutional thought and law, and this is where the Latvian parliamentarism took its root. A number of the Constitutional Assembly members, while living in exile in Switzerland, attached great importance to Satversme as the instrument of direct democracy. However, one of the main sources of inspiration was the 1919 German Constitution, or the so-called Weimar Constitution, adopted on 11th of August 1919. Latvian legal science and the case law since then, traditionally and increasingly since restoration of independence 30 years ago, has been basing its research and developments on the main findings and conclusions of the German legal scientists and case law of the federal constitutional law. From a comparative constitutional law perspective, Latvian constitutional system, much like the constitutional systems of other Central and Eastern European countries, belongs to the German legal area. That is why it is my special pleasure and honor to host the Federal President, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, who has kindly agreed to also give a keynote speech at this conference. This is his first speech or public engagement abroad after the re-election for the second presidency 3 days ago.
Šodien Vācijas federālais prezidents mūsu.
Today, Federal President of Germany will talk about the common traditions of the European Union and how they have contributed to our freedom and democracy. And Latvian and German constitutional tradition has played a major role in shaping this common European tradition. I'm also very happy to welcome our neighbors from Estonia, Lithuania, and Poland, who represent both the academic and the legal practitioner circles. I would like to thank the Latvian Academy of Science for the initiative for this conference, and all the legal scholars and the historians who took the invitation to come here today to think and discuss what the Constitution of Latvia means to us, what are its roots, and how we apply Satversme's provisions in practice today. Ladies and gentlemen, Satversme is one of the oldest constitutions in Europe and the world, which is still in force. Any constitution both reflects the spirit of the time when it was created, and it also continues living and developing along with time. A good constitution will always combine the history of a nation and will always be progressive, and Satversme is no different in this regard. However, over time, new challenges may appear, and Satversme's case law or provisions might not be sufficient to find the answers to these challenges, and the constitutional legislator must give the answers to those challenges or dilemmas. This especially concerns institutional framework, where a legislator has the main say, and also the values as they are perceived by the society. And legislator again must politically agree on how those values are being interpreted. Hence, according to the needs and desires of the society, constitutional legislator has added chapters and provisions to the Satversme. The main addition was the Fundamental Rights chapter adopted in 1998, which offers a fundamental rights list or description which fits a modern country governed by the rule of law, and also the preamble adopted in 2014. Preamble defines the very foundations of the Latvian state, its purpose and goal, its role and place in Europe are democratic, legal, socially responsible, and nation-state government principles, national and constitutional identity and its content, and the inviolable core of the Satversme Constitution. As regards to the inviolable core of Satversme, for the first time, such provisions or such fundamental requirements were introduced in the 1949 German Basic Law and Article 70.3, and since then it has served as the foundation for self-defending democracy, or a democracy that cannot be brought down using the democratic vehicles. And in our case law, according to our constitutional law, we have also built in these self-defending democracy tools or instruments. Both the fundamental rights and the values that are defined in the Satversme are protected and implemented by the Constitutional Court primarily, which has a special role to play in this process. As regards to the future, I think that we should start a discussion on a small but very important addition to the Constitution. We should start debating about the provisions regarding the rights in the digital domain or digital area. That is important not only to provide the rights of a person in the democratic environment, but also to counter the signs or threat of democratic crisis, living above all democracies, and threat to the personal autonomy, which is stemming from our social interactions being increasingly led by and shaped and determined by the digital technologies. I think that the lawyers, constitutional experts, and of course constitutional legislators must start thinking about it now in the nearest future. Probably together with the constitutional law, as we have already discussed, we will launch such a debate. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will have a lot of interesting and inspirational discussions during today's conference. Let's celebrate the centenary of Satversme while also keeping a firm eye on the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. His Excellency, President of Latvia. And in our intense agenda of today, the next speaker is President of the Latvian Academy of Sciences, academician and Professor Ivars Kalniņš. The floor is yours. I will take the liberty to take off the mask following the sample set by the presidents. Your Excellency, President of Latvia, Excellencies, former presidents, and Mr. Steinmeier, Your Excellency, highly esteemed members of the Sejm, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored today to address at this forum forum which is dedicated to the centenary of adoption of the Satversme for every citizen of Latvia and for every patriot. There are grounds to be proud that most outstanding minds of our nation had been able to draft such a basic law that throughout times had been able to survive and become the symbol of a democratic and independent state. And this word, Satversme, created by artist Kronwalds, has given him semantic uniqueness among other constitutions of other states. And today we can look back in admiration to the entire history of development of nationhood and also the process of acquiring independence, which was far from being simple. The Latvian nation has fought for long for its independence, starting with dreams of the so-called New Latvians, then through the events of 1905, the First World War, those who expressed the idea of Latvian nationhood gained victory over those who did not dare to dream or were willing to resign to the idea of having free Latvia in free Russia. We admire and remember those who set on this path. One was Miķelis Valters, the first public announcer of Latvian independent statehood. In 1903, in a publication by Latvian Social Democrats in Switzerland, he already expressed the idea of self-determination and the need for establishing a sovereign state of Latvia. Great contribution to the embodiment of this idea was given during the First World War on the 17th of November in Valka, which was not occupied. That was a provisional Latvian council uniting Latvian political and public forces with the aim of preventing division of Latvian ethnographic territory between Germany and Russia. And this also adopted the declaration for foreign countries and nations. And they announced, among other things, that Latvia, consisting of Vidzeme, Kurzeme, and Latgale, was an autonomous state entity, and its status would be determined by the Constitutional Assembly and a referendum. And in 1918, on the 17th of November, the Latvian People's Council started operations, and on the next day, the Latvian People's Council announced the act on proclaiming the Republic of Latvia and announced the first provisional Satversme. That was a political platform of the People's Council, and by this it announced to the entire world that a new state was born, Latvia, independent democratic republic. And the Satversme the constitution and its relations with the foreign countries would be determined by the Constitutional Assembly. Later, special election law was adopted. In 1920, election was held in April, and the Constitutional Assembly that was elected convened for its first meeting on the 1st of May 1920. On the 5th of May, the Constitutional Assembly established a committee consisting of 26 members for drafting the Satversme, the basic law of Latvia. On the 27th of May 1920, the Constitutional Assembly adopted two laws, a declaration on the state of Latvia, and it consisted only of two articles. Latvia is an independent and democratic republic with democratic state order, and the sovereign power is vested in the people of Latvia. On the 1st of June, also the provisional rules on the state order. And in many ways, these laws followed from the political platform and could be considered as being the second provisional Satversme. Later, at the general meeting of the Constitutional Assembly, the Satversme was adopted, which entered into force on the 7th of November. The Satversme created the foundation that gave the possibility to maintain existence of Latvia in international law, also during the years of occupation, and restore the national independence. Of course, Satversme, as any basic law, is not unchangeable. It follows changes in society and international relations and develops accordingly. This process is not easy, and Latvian society has not reached a consensus regarding all those amendments introduced to our basic law during this period of independence. And in view of this, the Academy of Sciences, during our Senate's meeting, was discussing the idea of amendments to the to the Satversme, presented by two outstanding experts of constitutional law, Professor Inete Ziemele and Professor Ringolds Balodis. One of the aims for the conference of today is also to take a contemporary look at the Satversme. And that's why, on behalf of the Academy of Sciences, I would like to wish to all the participants very productive work assessing historical development of Latvia and possible future developments, so that Latvia would always be a citadel for democracy and a place where the people of Latvia could develop happily and safely in the coming centuries. I would also like to congratulate on the day of the Lithuanian independence, and indeed very productive work today to all of us. Thank you, Mr. Kolvinch, and now I give the floor to the chair of the Conference Steering Committee, Academician, and Professor Guntis Zemītis. Your Excellency, President of Federal Republic of Germany, Your Excellency, President of Latvia, Excellencies, our foreign guests from Poland, Lithuania, and Estonia, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored today to be here and together with you, participants of the conference, to mark this important event, centenary of our Satversme, the basic law of the Republic of Latvia. I represent organizers of the conference from the Latvian Academy of Sciences. So very briefly about the idea. First of all, I'm very thankful to Ringolds Balodis, professor of the University of Latvia, for this idea to organize this conference, also for the support provided by Ivars Kalniņš, and also Jānis Plebs, who is advisor on legal issues to the president. It's not a coincidence that in marking centenary of the basic law, we have with us here not only outstanding Latvian lawyers and historians, but we are also honored by his presidents, by Doctor of Law, Federal President of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, as well as researchers from Poland, Lithuania, and Estonia. At the beginning of the 20th century, our nations were in different situations. Germany was a strong empire in the middle of Europe. The Polish nation was divided between Germany, Hungary, and Russia. And also Lithuanian people had a similar state. It was part of the Russian Empire and also partially of Germany. The end of war marked another different situation. Our nations started new stages in their life. The Poles and Lithuanians restored their statehood, Latvians and Estonians gained it for the first time, and Germany turned into a democratic republic. We were united by a common dream about democracy. In Germany, in Weimar, on 11th of August 1919, one of the most modern constitutions in the world was adopted, known as the Weimar Constitution. Authors of our Satversme followed the model, the text of Weimar Constitution, although many provisions were interpreted differently. But it's not important. The new countries developed as modern democracies. The Baltic states are sometimes called the new democracies. but forgetting the fact that the Baltic nations, just like Germany, presented themselves as modern democracies, sometimes even uh, outpacing the old democracies, Great Britain, France, and Switzerland, giving the sovereign power to the people, granting electoral rights to both genders, respecting the rights of national minorities. Well, during the first part of the 20th century, facing threats of communism and the Great Depression, the number of those supporting the so-called strong arm increased. In Poland in 1926, Lithuania 27, Estonia and Latvia in 1934, authoritarian regimes emerged, but Germany in 1933 moved into totalitarianism. But now these regimes have collapsed. These temptations turned out to be a dead end, and we have returned back to democracy and the rule of law. It's important to remember today that our history is not only a history of wars, regimes, occupational powers, and resistance movements. This is also a history of democracy and the rule of law, and our experience is important. And let's remind others of this during the conference. The Satversme of Latvia is turning 100. It sounds impressive, and I wish very creative working day for us. And well, thank you, Mr. Zemitis. Now, the only institution in Latvia that has in its title the word Satversme, the Constitutional Court. And so it's highly appropriate to give now the floor to the Vice President of the Constitutional Court, Aldis Laviņš. Your Excellencies, Mr. President of Latvia, President of Germany, dear ladies and gentlemen, both the International Scientific Conference on the role of Satversme in ensuring sustainable development of Latvia, Europe, and the entire world, and also the very beautiful coin that has been made to commemorate this event, which reflects the main values of Latvia, and also the discussions with school students regarding importance of the Satversme in their lives. All these events have been organized to honor centenary of our Satversme and also to express our respect to those persons who have invested their work, knowledge, and part of their hearts in drafting the Satversme. In marking centenary of the Satversme, we have heard already several times words of praise to Satversme for its ability to be modern, contemporary, and such that is not becoming outdated. We might ask, where can we look for this power of sustainability of the Satversme? One of the members of the Constitutional Assembly, Otto Nonats, at the time when the Satversme was drafted, he underscored that one should look at the development of each law, and in particular the Satversme, from the perspective of the future. It was in particular necessary in drafting the law because the Satversme would determine the state order for the coming generations. And we should try to look into the age coming in the future. These words really prove that not only this was the specification of the principle of good legislation, but also this proves that the authors of the Satversme had been very wise, asking us to think always about the future. The fathers or the authors of the Satversme have left as a legacy for us a very wise formula for working, both for a legislator when drafting new legal provisions and also the parties applying the law. In applying the law, should ask themselves, whether and how the result of our work is going to influence Latvia and united Europe not only today but also tomorrow. Are the outcomes of our work going to promote the development of free democratic state governed by the rule of law? Of course, to notice and to understand the perspective of the future, it's not an easy task. The Constitutional Court, in looking for answers to complex issues of law, has recognized in its case law that science is precondition for successful development of state and society. Society allows us to discern future challenges and offers possible solutions with the aim of creating the world more secure and better foreseeable. Science is the best assistant to us in dealing with issues that are important for sustainable national development. Today, at this conference, researchers and scientists will participate. The most outstanding ones who have been promoting development of democratic state order and public life. Dear colleagues, let's listen to the findings expressed by the scientists and let's try to comprehend the challenges in front of us. And let's try to understand what are the questions to which we should be looking for answers already today. I wish to all of you valuable findings from the conference, and also let's enjoy this wonderful possibility of meeting each other again in person.
This conference is special because keynote speeches will be delivered by heads of two states. The floor now is given to His Excellency President of Latvia, Egils Levits, who will deliver his keynote speech on the fundamental principles of Satversme in the European context. Please, Your Excellency, the floor's yours. You have 20 minutes. Once again, Your Excellency, Federal President Steinmeier, Honorable Speaker of the Sejm, dear Justices of the Constitutional Court, Academicians, ladies and gentlemen, in 1922, the same year when Satversme was adopted by Constitutional Court, and we are celebrating the centenary of Satversme, Count Richard Nicolaus Coudenhove Caligari founded the Pan-European movement, which promoted the idea of united Europe. This idea fell on deaf ears, and there was the Second World War ahead of everyone, with millions of victims. And only the devastation of war gave the way for a new, strong Europe and the vision of very energetic Europe. When Robert Schuman imagined the European community in the 1950s, he was thinking about democratic states of Europe. According to Schuman, democratic states of Europe would be the antagonist of the egotistical thinking and of the pre-war period, as well as would oppose the totalitarian expansion of the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, we're again facing war here today, and again one of the parties is undoubtedly aggressive. Russia is threatening Ukraine. Appeasement policy failed back then and will not work today. Only a real, non-verbal and not just verbal or not just symbolic response to the aggressor is the only way that European countries can efficiently show their solidarity to the victim of the aggressor in a democratic manner and make it possible for it to defend. Schuman's democracy was a strategic political alternative. Now, in today's Europe, the European Union has become much more. It is a union of political interests and law based on shared values. We joined the Union 18 years ago, and our constitution is now part of the multi-level constitutionalism of Europe. There is this German term, Verfassungsverbund, to describe that. Latvia is historically a new country found on purpose, found as a democratic state by the Latvian nation. The purpose of the Latvian state is inscribed in the preamble of Latvia. Latvia has been created to guarantee the existence of the Latvian nation, its language, culture throughout the centuries, and ensure the freedom of the Latvian people and everyone living here, as well as the prosperity of everyone living here. The constitution adopted in 1922 was a deeply democratic document because Latvian nation, as it founded its state, it didn't want just any kind of government type, not authoritarian definitely, but a democratic state. In particular, in 2018, when a modern preamble was added to Satversme, we defined the 4 overarching principles of Latvia as a democratic state. A democratic state governed by the rule of law, socially responsible state, and a nation state. These 4 overarching principles determine the structure of Satversme and the policy implemented by our government based on Satversme. These fundamental values inscribed in Satversme are protected by the constitutional law. As we joined the European Union, we gave away part of our competences to the European Union as a union of democratic states. Latvia is part of the European Union political, legal, and value framework. Our values, our constitutional values, are part of the European Union values, or belong to the European Union values. That is why the European Union context is very important for understanding what Satversme implies, and I'm here talking about the European Union as a political union, as a common legal area and union of values, and would like to specifically focus on these values. European Union is not a state, it is an international organization, supranational organization, sui generis. It is a union of 27 sovereign countries with 3 dimensions: political, legal, and the value dimension. First of all, the European Union has been founded according to the voluntary agreements concluded by the sovereign member states. By signing or agreeing to these treaties, we have clearly shown our political will. Should the political will change, a member state is free to leave the European Union, and Brexit is a vivid example of that being possible. But will that really benefit anyone? That is up to the political judgment or assessment. So European Union is primarily a political union, which means that member states must be constantly interested and engaged voluntarily in the business of the Union. In 1882, a French historian, Ernest Renan, said that nation is an everyday referendum of its people, referendum about continuing being a nation. Now, I would apply the same metaphor to the European Union. Our participation in the European Union for each of all the 27 member states is an everyday referendum on whether to stay and keep being involved in the Union and its processes. Secondly, European Union is a union of law, which means that European Union has created its legal framework, which is directly applicable to the member states. And in case of any clashes of legal provisions, there is the EU law supremacy over the national law. So it is based on the fundamental treaties of the European Union signed by the member states, which have the equal force of a constitution, which means that a constitutional legislator in the European is not just some European Union institution, like, for example, European Parliament or possibly the European people, but instead the European Union is governed by 27 sovereign countries that each have a veto right. And last but not least, European Union is a union of values. I'm not here focusing so much on personal values that each of us has, but rather the values that are shared by the society, by everyone, values that we have in common. The perception that the European Union is based on shared values is a new notion, a new concept. We knew that it was that it was a legal union, but the value union is a notion that has come about not so long ago in the 21st century only. And this discussion was triggered by a debate or clashes over the fundamental rights and how those can be exercised in the context of the EU competencies, which resulted in the adoption of the EU Fundamental Rights Charter. Another trigger was the 2000 processes in Austria when a political shock went through the country when a right-wing extremist party was elected to the parliament, and it didn't support the EU values and thus created quite a big shock among other member states. The fact that the European Union is a union of values is now expressis verbis defined in the Treaty on the European Union, and there is the second article which also defines all 6 common values that are underpinning the European Union. Where do these values come from? They have not been voluntarily defined or created by the authors of the treaty. They have been filtered or sieved through the national systems of the member states, filtering and synthesizing common values. And the first criteria is that those have to be shared values, first of all, shared by all member states, and these values have to also pertain to the specific competences of the European Union. So the source of the EU values are the shared constitutional traditions of the European Union member states. Values don't appear out of thin air. Let me once again remind you that I'm here talking only about those values that are important for us as a society. And to a large extent, those values are linked or depend on the national specificity and the legitimacy of the public rule. They cannot be declared or voluntarily changed by adopting different rules in a parliament or laws in the parliament. They have their own traditions, these values. Sometimes they grow faster, sometimes slower, sometimes their growth is intensified by revolutions or coups or change of government. We went through that at the end of 1980s and beginning of 1990s, and also after the First World War initially. So the values that underpin countries, their constitutions and government systems are very much a reflection of their history, their culture, and written and unwritten rules of the social interaction in a particular country. Moreover, the deeper and the stronger those values affect the society and the individual, the more shared or supported they are. The stronger the values, the less they are questioned. Values of the member states, which have evolved over time, quite often, but not always, are expressis verbis mentioned in the national constitutions of those countries. French scholar Sylvain Defoe has altogether counted that there are 21 different values mentioned in EU member state constitutions. Of course, not all of these values can be found in all of the constitutions, but these values at least include the values that can be found in almost all or most of the national constitutions. Of course, mentioning of a particular value in the text of a particular constitution is not sufficient to consider it a big influence on the case law. Moreover, the values that are often referred in the constitutional practice that are derived from other values or linked to other values can be found in court rulings and the case law, as well as written and unwritten customs of the society, apart from mentioning them directly or indirectly in constitutions. So this formal list, 21 value that has been mentioned in the constitutions of 27 countries, is merely an indicative list. Nevertheless, it is important to underline that the values that are mostly mentioned in most of the member state constitutions are the values that are the common European Union values that are mentioned in the Treaty on the European Union, and specifically its Article 2. The first sentence of this article mentions 6 values underpinning the European Union, and they are as follows: human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. These values are common to the member states and the institutional framework of the European Union and its member states, and it also underpins the national policies of the European Union member states. The common values of the European Union are the basis of the European Union as the political and legal union. And these laws or these rights are very closely linked with the values underpinning them. There are no laws, no provisions without values. So no neutral provision ever existed. All provisions and requirements are in a way, indicative or reflect or linked to the values that underpin them. This is very important to understand, and it is also important to ensure that the European Union values that work across the EU member states are perceived as fair. All EU value systems must contain shared EU values, which are implemented through the EU law, and since they are based on the same values, they can be considered as fair. However, those common values should not list all of the values that a member state has, but it must be exhaustive enough to cover those competencies that a member state has delegated to the European Union. So, in a way, those common values is the very foundation of the European Union as a political and a legal union. European Union and its member state constitutional structure is built around the core, which has been defined by the European Union Treaty and its Article 2, which describes the homogeneity of these values. And as I already mentioned, these values are common to the member states. So this is a prerequisite or a legal guidance that the member states need to follow. They need to ensure homogeneity, which means that not only EU, but also member states must refer or must base their laws on these 6 main values. The homogeneity requirement and its purpose is to ensure that the European Union functions properly as as a political union or a legal union. For example, our internal market cannot function if we don't have the rule of law in all the member states. From a structural and functional point of view, the relative homogeneity of the European Union can be considered a benchmark of the national identity to the European Union standards. However, if we do compare the national identities, we can see that the relative homogeneity of the European Union lacks especially the element of language, which quite often, in the case of Latvia as well, is part of the national identity. It also has a weaker cultural and historical element compared to national identities of member states, although the fundamental treaties of the European Union have some references to common cultural and historical heritage. These national cultural values and lack of this dimension at the European Union cannot be compensated by identity-promoting European Union, consumer union, labor mobility union, and other utilitarian union elements or qualities. Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union does not cover all the values of the member states, which are different from member state to member state. It only covers the 6 shared values, the minimum of values. And those values that are mentioned in the Article 2 are don't include the national, cultural, and historical identity values that member states have. And that is the very essence of the European Union. It is a union of countries that have different historical and cultural background, and this cultural national pluralism, which is made up of the different national cultural identities of different countries, is emphasized at several places in this treaty. So if we
comparing now the values mentioned in Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union with the overarching principles of the Satversme, we can establish that all 6 values have been included in 2 overarching principles of the Satversme: democracy and the principle of the rule of law, combining, for example, fundamental human rights are part of a state governed by the rule of law in our constitutional law. However, 2 overarching principles of the Satversme cannot be found in Article 2 of the treaty. These are the overarching principles of a socially responsible state and the nation state. They constitute the part of the Satversme's values which are not common with the European Union but could be shared by other member states. For example, the overarching principle of a socially responsible state is mentioned in Article 20 of the German Basic Law, and the principle of a nation state pointing to the Latvian national cultural identity is unique because Latvia is the only state of the Latvian nation. Any constitution is only as effective as the mechanisms ensuring its application in a particular case. In a democratic constitutional state, these are courts, and usually the constitutional court. Within the legal system of the European Union, this is a task for the Court of Justice of the European Union. And since its judgment of 27 February 2018, Jueces Portugueses, this court indeed has applied this Article 2 of the treaty. And here we see certain advantages. We now have a judicial institution assessing whether these values have been applied. And of course, this leads to certain political tension. We perhaps could discuss it later, but definitely the Court of Justice of the European Union is reviewing also the application of these rights in practice. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union, just like Latvia, is based on certain values, and values both for the European Union and each member state is the source of its legitimacy. In the recent years, this source of legitimacy, which creates the foundations of our states, has developed some cracks. I'm thinking about the European Union, and we are trying to use both political and legal measures to diminish these cracks. We are not always succeeding in it. I believe most importantly is to recognize and accept Europe and its most vivid expression, the European Union, as a value per se, which for all us Europeans comprises the values close to us. United Europe gives to us all kinds of advantages on which we are not reflecting in our daily life, but they allow us to live in peace and expand our physical and also mental space of our physical and mental lives. The introduction to the Satversme provides that United Europe is our foreign policy aim, but Article 68 of the Satversme refers to democratic Europe. And we know that our aim is united democratic Europe, and I believe that many problems could be resolved within it, and some of them prevented. Europe, just like Latvia, requires sustainable thinking and actions, and far-sighted thinking and actions, and we are capable of it. Dear participants of the conference, I tried to outline the European Union as a political union, a legal union, and a union of values. And I believe our politics are based on the values. We have some disputes in our political daily life, and of course, in democracy, we need all that, and that's important. But we should always remember our shared foundations, and the foundations should be perceived as a value per se, which should not be endangered in daily discussions. Thank you for your attention. And the next speaker of the conference and I have to give the floor in the second working language of this conference.
Given by His Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, for contributing at this conference with a speech titled "For Democracy and Freedom in Europe, Lessons from Our Common Constitutional Traditions." Welcome.
Highly esteemed President, Speaker of the Sejm, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends from Latvia. I am particularly pleased to be here today among you. This is my first trip abroad this year, and it is my first trip since being re-elected as federal president. I am grateful that this visit is taking me here to Latvia to visit good friends. Our two countries are bound by many things, including our common constitutional tradition, as we already heard. And the presidents of our two countries are bound, if I may say so, dear Egil, by a shared passion for law and the legal sciences. I look forward to more years of good cooperation with you, dear Egils, and I thank you for the honor by giving this opportunity to speak at this conference marking the anniversary of the Latvian Constitution. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, 3 years ago, we Germans in Weimar and Berlin and other cities held celebrations to mark the centenary of the Weimar Constitution. In this connection, my country's first democratic constitution received a great deal of attention and recognition. And this was something new in Germany's culture of remembrance. Because we Germans, after the Second World War, struggled for a long time to give the Constitution of 1919 its due. Supposed flaws in its construction were made responsible for the failure of the Weimar Republic and for the National Socialists' takeover of power. For a long time, it was commonly believed that the Basic Law of 1949 had been drawn up as an alternative to the Weimar Constitution. Only in recent years has this perception been corrected by the historical and legal sciences, gradually, step by step. The first German Republic, ladies and gentlemen, was not doomed to failure from the very outset. It was not a one-way road to barbarism. At the time, democracy in Germany did have the opportunity to prevail. And it's owed this above all to a constitution that, in addition to being firmly rooted in European legal traditions, was also, as was mentioned by Mr. President, was modern and poised for the future. And that is precisely why the Weimar Constitution also served as a model for other states that, after the First World War, when the global political map was being redrawn, were refashioned as republics or formed for the first time. Its influence on your constitution, the Satversme, was especially strong, even though the Constitutional Assembly here in Riga did also search for and find its own solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that interest in the Weimar Constitution has been rekindled in Germany is certainly also due to the major anniversary 3 years ago. But above all, it is due to our renewed concern here in Europe regarding both the future of liberal democracy and peace on our continent. In a day and age when deep rifts are emerging in our societies and in many places trust in democratic institutions is waning, when governments in the midst of the European Union are restricting fundamental rights and independence of courts, when authoritarian regimes are challenging Western democracies and threatening the borders of sovereign states in Europe, in this day and age, we have a heightened perception of the constitutions that were drawn up back then in Weimar and in Riga, and we assess very carefully the preconditions of their success and also the causes of their failure. What we realize now is that at the time, our democracies were not necessarily headed for disaster, and that today, in the same vein, the future is not necessarily guaranteed. This is why it is more important than ever for us, Germans and Latvians, to jointly reaffirm our European constitutional traditions, as it is done today in this hall today. And for this reason, too, I'm delighted to be at this conference of yours. Since the Satversme, which was adopted here in Riga, was adopted 100 years ago yesterday, is the only republican constitution of the interwar years that was brought back into effect following the peaceful revolutions in Central and Eastern Europe and the fall of the Soviet dictatorship. It is one of the oldest constitutions still in force in the world. Yet it is neither outdated nor antiquated. Much to the contrary, it is a living constitution open to social transformations, and its democratic spirit is as inspirational as ever. As we just heard, 100 years of Satversme, it is a special anniversary in our uncertain times. I extend my warm congratulations to all citizens of Latvia on this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the First World War, after the collapse of the empires of Tsar and Kaiser, of the Russian and German empires, people in both our countries set out on a historic journey to build democracies. At the time when in Germany the old authoritarian state had to be transformed into a people's state, Latvians were faced with the enormous task of establishing their very first own nation state, while at the same time introducing democracy. And all this needed to be done at the time when our country still bore the scars of war and were plagued by hunger, disease, and political unrest. Back then, in the elections for the constitutional assemblies, countless Latvians and Germans, men and women, expressed their desire for a democratic republic. And The fathers and mothers of our constitutions in 1919 with us and in 1922 with you transformed this wish into a reality for the first time in history. For the first time, they defined the principle of the people's sovereignty. They interpreted the people as it truly was, in all its diversity, with its many contrasts. People from all parts of society would have the opportunity as citizens to participate in political self-determination. And this included also women citizens. Back then, our two countries were among the first to constitutionally guarantee to women the right to suffrage, a right for which women in Europe had fought for so long. Because the people is always a plurality, the will of the people is never unambiguous or simply pre-existent. Rather, it must be determined time and again through open democratic procedures. Back then, this was a revolutionary discovery, one that we must defend again today as it comes under attack. There should be a key place where the parties discuss and debate, balance their interests, reach compromises, and make majority decisions. And this key place should be the parliament. The Weimar Constitution and the Satversme placed strong parliaments at the heart of their respective systems of government. They also introduced a proportional representation, which was still uncommon at the time, so that parliament would, to the greatest extent possible, reflect society's diversity. The Weimar Constitution is considered to be particularly progressive thanks to its second part, which laid down fundamental rights and duties. That included not only the classic liberal freedoms, but also extensive social rights. Although a similar second part in a draft version of the Satversme, if I have been informed correctly, was not adopted in 1922. And nevertheless, the Sejm did approve a series of laws that, as to their content, were equivalent to the regulation of these human and civil rights. In this way, the constitutions of the Weimar Republic and the Republic of Latvia created a legal space in which democratic self-determination and individual freedom could unfold and be continuously rebalanced. Josiah Berlin, the son of this city, succinctly formulated these principles by famously distinguishing between the terms of positive and negative liberty, also underscoring that the two may come into conflict. That said, the essence and value of liberal democracy lies precisely in how it attempts to live up to both principles. And now I quote, "The desire, at any rate, to participate in the process by which my life is to be controlled," in Berlin's words, and the wish of a free area of action.
Meine Damen und Herren, wie
Ladies and gentlemen, like everything, almost everything man-made, our constitutions of 1919 and 1922 had defects. Following the liberation from National Socialism in Western Germany, the Parliamentary Council of Western Germany drew respective constitution-related lessons and made the Weimar ideals of freedom and democracy a more firm and fortified part of the constitutional provisions underpinning the Federal Republic. And after Latvia's self-liberation in the 1990s, you changed and supplemented your old constitution in some places. Among the most important new elements in our countries are certainly the independent constitutional courts, which act as guardians of the constitution, as we call them in Germany. The young democracies that emerged after the First World War in Germany and Latvia proved that they are strong and viable despite several deficiencies and despite all the strain and enmity they were subjected to. On the basis of the respective constitutions, Democrats set out to build a more just society, formed coalitions, and initiated reforms across Europe, which was still recovering from the devastation of war. So that is what we experienced in the 1920s. The women and men who shaped our democracies back then in very harsh conditions deserve our respect and gratitude. The memory of what they accomplished 100 years ago under the most difficult circumstances can be, as I always say, a source of courage and strength for us today as we tackle the tasks that lie ahead. I think this too is a signal that your constitutional anniversary can rightly send. Ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless, we also know that between the two world wars, 14 democracies in Europe were hollowed out from within and replaced by right-wing authoritarian regimes, including the young republics of Germany and Latvia. There are many diverse reasons why in that day and age liberal democracies were and could be intentionally destroyed. However, Germany and Latvia had one thing in common. In both of our countries, there was a lack of constitutional consensus, of a republican attitude, and of the willingness to assume responsibility at the level of politics, the state, and society. Something Josiah Berlin never tired of pointing out was that freedom always goes hand in hand with a responsibility for yourself and for others, as well as for liberal democracy without which there can be no freedom. In Latvia, you unfortunately also witnessed how your independent republic was attacked and destroyed from outside. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 23rd of August 1939 stood at the outset of war and occupation. Tens of thousands of people from the Baltic states were deported or resettled, and nearly the entire Jewish population was murdered by Germans or in their name. This morning I visited the Jānis Lipka Memorial, which commemorates the Latvian dock worker who hid more than 50 Jews during the German occupation, thus saving their lives. A brave and principled man, one of only too few at the time. Remembrance of the dictatorship, the war, and the Shoah is at the very foundation of German democracy. We Germans will remain aware of our historical responsibility, namely that what happened then must never be forgotten, especially at a time when we see how some are weaponizing history. It is important for us to jointly engage in a reckoning with the past, not to escalate the situation, but to overcome prejudices, promote exchanges, and enable a more peaceful future. It was brave people in Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, and who in 1989 would serve as a model for the freedom movement in East Germany. The images of hundreds of thousands forming a human chain from Tallinn to Riga and all the way to Vilnius and breaking into song, proclaiming the demise of dictatorship and oppression, encouraged many men and women in the former GDR to take to the streets as well and raise their voices. It is thanks to the desire for freedom of the people in Central and Eastern Europe, the Atlantic Alliance, and the decisive attitude of the West that we can today continue to pursue as friends and partners in a united Europe, our democratic constitutional traditions. After the many detours and disasters of our history, Germans and Latvians have landed in the European Union, in a community of law and values in which all members have the same rights and obligations, and in which every single member has the same responsibility to ensure cohesion of the whole. This European Union is the institutional form of lessons drawn from war and dictatorship. The values it is built, as we just heard from the head of the Latvian state, is built upon or include freedom, democracy, the rule of law, respect for the human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. And these values are binding for all member states. In the European Union, we have the Court of Justice of the European Union, which ensures and guarantees that laws are respected, and I don't see any threat to the national constitutions in this. It only contributes to the strengthening of our common values, which reflect our constitutional traditions and are rooted in our national constitutions. If today in countries of the European Union the independence of the judiciary is weakened, the freedoms of the in Europe, we never again want to do without both aspects, democracy and liberalism, political self-determination and individual freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, as I already mentioned, we shouldn't take them as self-evident. And in recent years, we've witnessed the attacks on the Western liberal democracy at the family level, an attack on democracy. So we must ask ourselves today what we can do to retain and regain the trust in our institutions and ensure a future for our democratic project. In recent years, we witnessed on many occasions how vulnerable social cohesion in our societies is. Our constitutions provide the framework for the equal and peaceful coexistence of people of diverse origins, religions, cultures, and political convictions. However, in daily life, we must constantly practice how to coexist, and we must above all engage in frank, peaceful, respectful, and rational dialogue when conflicts may arise. Constitutional consensus is not a given, and it can also not be imposed from above through an edict. All of us as citizens must constantly re-establish it anew. In the past 2 years, during the pandemic, we have become aware of the importance of public spaces in which we can have encounters and exchanges with different people, in which we can have disputes as well as experience ourselves as a community. Only through dialogue do we come to understand that we must balance our values and interests and search for compromises, that we can never know everything and that we are mistaken more often than we thought. That decisions must remain corrigible, precisely because in a constantly changing world there is no final certainty and no definitive solution. For democracy to succeed, we therefore need independent and high-quality media that provide balanced and reliable reporting, differentiate between facts and fake news, allow many voices to be heard and reach a wide audience. We need the scientific and academic community to be free so that it can also investigate inconvenient truths, especially those connected to our history, so that false historical myths do not justify and stir up new conflicts. We need a state that is based on the rule of law and that takes decisive action in response to hatred and violence, racism and anti-Semitism, discrimination and inhumanity, no matter their origins and no matter their targets. For democracy to succeed, we need a social welfare state that actually makes good on its promises to deliver equal opportunities. We need politicians who create good prospects also for those who are afraid of losing out during great transformations. And we need citizens who are willing to contribute to and assume responsibility for the common good, not least in the political parties. Ladies and gentlemen, for democracy to succeed in a turbulent world, it must be capable of defending itself internally and externally. Together, Latvia and Germany are championing a rules-based international order. However, the world as a whole is unfortunately still a long way away from being a community of laws that is governed by the strength of the law, not the law of the strong. This is yet another lesson we have drawn from our painful history. But today, as democracies, we do not stand alone. We stand shoulder to shoulder as a community with a common destiny in the European Union and as a community of defense in the form of the North Atlantic Alliance. And that is why, when talking about countries seriously threatening peace in Europe, as we did yesterday during the meeting with the President Levits and the following press conference talking about the current security threats, we mentioned that it is Russia's leadership that is seriously threatening peace in Europe with its current political course of military pressure. It is Russia's leadership that is causing renewed fear of war among many people in Eastern Europe, including here in Latvia. And I would also like to add that we will take all necessary decisive action to show our support to our partners in EU, Europe and NATO and protect them against all kinds of aggression. That's why we are going to reinforce our participation or the presence in the Lithuanian EFP battle group, and our government has already made the necessary decisions to do so. 3 days ago, after my re-election as the federal president, when I addressed the National Convention, I mentioned that we will support the Latvians, Lithuanians and Poles, and will also support, stand shoulder to shoulder with Poles, Slovaks, Romanians and all alliance partners. They can rely on us. We categorically stand by our commitments within this alliance. Today here in Riga, I want to underscore in the context of this event that Latvia can rest assured, as can its Baltic neighbors, of Germany's solidarity and allegiance. What is more, any aggression targeting Ukraine cannot and will not remain without a strong response. Common response. That is what we underlined yesterday as our Chancellor met with Russia's President, Mr. Putin. Altogether, we don't want our continent to be torn by mistrust, aggression and war. We want peace and good neighborly relations to reign throughout the continent. Serious negotiation instead of shackling arms is the only way to achieve progress and make sure our interests are balanced. Yesterday, during our meeting, after a while, we also got signal from Moscow that Moscow is willing to de-escalate the situation. However, Russia needs to support its words by actions, clear actions, for us to be able to believe them. There are millions of people across Europe that are looking forward to peace. Let me conclude by underlining that democracy will never be finished, will never be complete, can never be taken for granted. We will have to win it time and time again. Democracy is a promise. Democracy is our expectations. Democracy takes into account people's views, the people who are not only passive onlookers but also very actively engaged in shaping these policies and the community and the union. Democracy raises demands. Democracy may be difficult at times, but democracy is still underappreciated as a form of the political system, especially when the power is concentrated in one hand. Often our multilateralism and our democracy is considered as a weakness. But if anyone thinks that whoever thinks that our multi-stage decision-making processes are merely a sign of our indecisiveness and that our aim to promote welfare is proof of our naivety is sorely mistaken. Liberal democracies are not weak. On the contrary, they're strong because the core idea is strong and alive. Who would know more about this than the Latvians? That is why I hope that in future we'll be able to keep the spirit of our constitutions alive in our countries, in Europe and the world. Let us jointly take up the cause of liberal democracy without the Republican fervor that could be felt back then when the following call rang out through this city. May the free Latvia live forever. Thank you very much. Paldies! Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Federal President. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, we have gone through the both keynote speeches and have reached the well-deserved break. Before we go into break, would like to remind you that we have to say now goodbye and let the Federal President of Germany and the President of Latvia leave together with their delegations, and thank you for honoring us with your presence here.
esat izmantojat sejas maskas noņemt tikai runājot pie pults. So please keep your masks on when you are sitting in the panel or there. And you can take the masks off only when you are speaking in front of her.
Please. Thank you very much. būs kāds rīkojums, kad var sākt?
Pēc tā, kas tur ir uzrakstīts 12.30.
Mēs varam sākt, ja? Do you need the headphones? Just... Yes, perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
Dear participants of the conference, we are now continuing the work of our conference after the break, and on the agenda we have the first plenary session, Constitutionalism in the Baltic region. During this session, we are going to have 4 presentations. Each of these presentations will be 15 minutes long. And I kindly ask the speakers, I don't know what I am able to do or what I am allowed to do if you exceed the time allocated for you. And I hope that in the interpretation it sounded as threatening as in the original language. But now I give the floor to our colleague, the first speaker, professor of the University of Latvia, and the topic of his presentation is Imagining the Satversme, Views, Discussions and Impact of Temporary Constitutions on Formation of Latvia as a Democratic State Governed by the Rule of Law. Please, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to speak to you and to give a short presentation on the topic that it was just announced. Discussions about the state of Latvia and the Satversme of the state, Latvians began briefly before the revolution of 1905, took place in the Russian Empire. Miķelis Valters, a doctor, should be given a special place among Latvians. He wrote and spoke about the rights of self-determination of the people and fundamental human rights, applying these to Latvians and the Latvian people. And he was the first asking Latvians to break out of Russia, proclaiming down with arbitrariness, down with Russia. On the 29-30 December of 1905, members of the Latvian Social Democratic Union, including Walter, adopted the party program. Later, Professor Arvid Schwabe called this party program the first attempt to draft the Latvian Satversme. The first draft envisaged convening the Constitutional Assembly of Russia for determining general matters and the Latvian Constitutional Assembly for dealing with domestic matters. To do that, all Latvian lands, Kurzeme, Vidzeme, and Latgale had to be united in one self-government region, named Latvia, with extensive rights of self-determination. Pursuant to the draft of Latvia, the right to self-determination would be vested in the totality of citizens, irrespectively of gender, face, ethnicity, and that would be manifested in autonomy of legislation and separate actions of the parliament, similarly to the United States of Switzerland. And also the second manifestation would be in the autonomy of governance and the courts. After the revolution of 1905 was oppressed, discussions regarding the Satversme of Latvia again began during the First World War. Special attention should be paid to the draft law of this draft Satversme of Latvia as an autonomous part of Russia, developed by Felix Cīlāns in 1915 and Peter Zalīt in 1916. Article 1 of Cīlēns draft Satversme provided that Latvia is an autonomous part of Russia. Dr. Zalīte added to this the form of the state and autonomy. Russia would be a federative republic and Latvia would be an autonomous republican state as part of Russia. And in Latvia, all the official language and written language would be the native language or the Latvian language. Pursuant to Cīlēns draft, the local legislature would be the Saeima. The Saeima would be one-chamber parliament elected in general, equal, direct, proportional election in secret ballots. Active and passive electoral right would be granted to all men and women who had reached the age of 21. Moreover, the legislation adopted by the Saeima would not require any approval by supreme state powers, only with one condition: they should not be contrary to the constitution of Russia. The executive body of the Saeima would be the local cabinet of ministers, which would also develop the draft budget. And on this basis, all taxes would be collected and other revenues. The draft Satversme by Dr. Zalīte was the one which provided for an institution of elected president of Latvia. All those who had reached the age of 25 again would elect the president in general, direct, secret, and equal election. And the minister would approve of the laws issued by the parliament, would represent the state, and so on. And this draft Satversme by Zalīte also comprised an extensive catalogue of fundamental human rights, including gender equality. And that means that the division of people into estates, which existed in Russia, would be abolished in Latvia. Cīlēns draft in relations with Russia envisaged maintaining united customs policy, fiscal, monetary system, major companies, and national defense. And also, inhabitants of Latvia would elect the Russian parliament. In difference to Cīlēns, Dr. Zalītis envisaged only united customs policy. Zalīte explained this by saying that he had used the Australian constitution as a model. Cīlēns draft Satversme complied with an autonomous Satversme, and the slogan was at the time "Free Latvia in Free Russia" or "Democratic Latvia in Democratic Russia." Zalīte's draft of the Satversme exceeded this framework and was more similar to a draft of the constitution of an independent country. Before the collapse of the Russian Empire, this draft Satversme of Latvia confirmed the will of Latvians to live independent life in their own state. However, the requirement of Latvia's autonomy as part of Russian Empire was the maximum that Latvian could hope for in the political situation. It was not the true will of the people. Breaking out of the projects of autonomy happened after October Revolution in 1917, when Lenin and other Bolsheviks took power in the Russian Republic. This changed the political situation not only in Russia, but also in Europe. In the November of the same year, the Latvian Provisional National Council was established, and its aim was to unite Latvians for struggle for free Latvia. At the sitting of 30th of January, a historical decision was taken. Adolf Schilde later called it as a declaration on the advancement of Latvia's independence. The Latvian National Provisional Council, on the basis of national rights to self-determination recognized globally, recognized that Latvia should be independent democratic republic uniting Kurzeme, Vidzeme, and Latgale. Another political force competed for the right to declare the Latvian state ruled by the force of law. It was the democratic bloc. To end this competition, on the 17th November 1990, the Latvian People's Council was established and its political platform was adopted. On the next day, on the 18th of November, on the basis of the political platform and the national rights to and the people's right to self-determination, independent state of Latvia was declared in the act of proclaiming the state to the citizens of Latvia. Latvia was proclaimed as an independent, autonomous, democratic, republican state, the territory of which consisted of Kurzeme, Vidzeme, and Latgale. Thus, the basic norm of the Latvian political system was defined as a democratic republic. The political platform and the act of proclaiming the state turned into the first provisional Satversme of the Republic of Latvia. Pursuant to the first provisional Satversme, the People's Council proclaimed itself as the first provisional legislator until convening the Constitutional Assembly as the bearer, and they also appointed the Latvian provisional government. Other relations between the People's Council and the provisional government were not specified in this first provisional Satversme, so this regulation was established as customs in practice. Professor Kārlis Dišlers describes this practice in his memories. In practice, the order was accepted that the prime minister was directly elected by the People's Council, but other ministers were selected by the prime minister and presented for approval. Although the political platform mentions nothing about the accountability of provisional government before the People's Council, in practice this accountability was recognized and applied. So already during the first stage of the development of our state, parliamentarism established. The political platform promised also freedoms of the press, speech, meetings and associations, and also extensive minority cultural rights and rights to the citizens to participate in the political life of the state. Thus, in accordance with the first provisional Satversme, Latvia had become a country of parliamentary democracy. On the 1st of May 1920, the Constitutional Assembly convened for its first sitting. This assembly is the first legislator of the Republic of Latvia elected by the people. Already during the first months of its functioning, it adopted two important laws. First of all, Declaration on the State of Latvia and the Provisional Rules on the State Order of Latvia. These legal acts constitute the second provisional Satversme of the Republic of Latvia. The Declaration on the State of Latvia consisted of only two articles, namely, Latvia is an independent and autonomous republic with democratic state order, and the sovereign power in Latvia is vested in the people of Latvia. This combination autonomous and independent republic, these are almost synonyms in Latvian, the words which are used in this wording. And again, Professor Dišlers explained, we cannot say that this was not defined appropriately because the nationalistic, united, big Russia, which at some point will replace the Bolshevik Soviet Russia, will use all means and measures to contest and fight against the independence of the new countries who had emerged on the ruins of Russia. That it's very important that Latvia wants to live independently from other countries. To place it differently, this is a formulation of the principle of state sovereignty. According to the provisional rules on the Latvian state order, the supreme bodies of the state power were the Constitutional Assembly and the Cabinet. It was only the assembly itself only bore the sovereign power on behalf of the Latvian people. And also, the Constitutional Assembly fulfilled the functions of regular legislator, decided on budget, credits, issues of peace and war, and ratified international treaties concluded with other countries. The president, apart from his direct duties, also performed duties of the president of the state, presented the state internationally accredited and received diplomatic representatives of other countries, and also he had the right to declare war and to sign international treaties. And the cabinet was formed by a person who was invited to do so by the Constitutional Assembly. This was the first law which outlined the framework of the rights of the state president. All institutions and the armed forces were subject to the cabinet. The courts did not belong to all institutions. The judicial power was independent and the government did not influence it. The provisional rules clearly defined the relations between the Constitutional Assembly and the cabinet. And I quote, "The cabinet is accountable for its actions before the Constitutional Assembly and must resign if it has lost the confidence of the Assembly." In addition, civic freedoms were enlisted, and to this, guarantees of inviolability of a person, apartment, and correspondence were added to it. With the adoption of the second provisional Satversme and its application, the preparatory work for drafting and adopting the Satversme of the Republic of Latvia were concluded. And now my conclusions. First of all, draft Satversme of Latvia before the collapse of the Russian Empire clearly testified to the wish of Latvians to have independent state. The requirement regarding Latvia's autonomy as part of Russia was the maximum that the Latvian could hope for in the political situation, and it was not the true will of the people. The state of Latvia was proclaimed by exercising the right of people to self-determination. And the provisions that Latvia was a democratic republic became the foundation of the Latvian political system and also the basic constitutional norm before even Satversme was adopted. And while the provisional constitutions were in force, Latvia developed as a parliamentary democracy.
Paldies manam tautietim profesoram.
I would like to thank my compatriot Professor Jānis Lazdiņš for a wonderful speech. We've also been graced by the presence of our wonderful colleagues and cooperation partners from Lithuania, Poland, and Estonia. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the first of our foreign colleagues, Professor of the Faculty of Law. It's Dean Dainius Žalimas from the Vytautas Magnus University, who will deliver his speech in English. The title of the speech is The Doctrine of Supraconstitutionality and Lithuanian Constitutional Identity. Please, Dainius, the floor is yours.
Paldies. Dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, please allow me to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference, the Chancery of the President of Latvia and the Latvian Academy of Science for an invitation and privilege to commemorate the centenary of the Satversme together with all of you. Let me also congratulate all of you on this occasion, reminding us of a significant historical achievement of Latvia. The uniqueness of the Satversme starts with its original Latvian name that is recognizable in the legal world and is rightly associated with the continuity of the modern democratic state of Latvia, having survived the brutal Soviet and Nazi occupations. The Satversme is also a symbol of a long-standing European constitutional tradition, being the oldest valid constitution in the Central and Eastern Europe, as well as the sixth oldest valid republican constitution in the world. In this regard, Lithuania's constitution building achievements are rather modest. The current Lithuanian constitution will only mark its 30th anniversary at the end of this year, while the first democratic constitution of a modern state of Lithuania, also adopted 100 years ago, was only in force for 4 years. The democratic ideas and principles expressed in the Lithuanian constitution of 1922 were revived years later. First, by the resistance to the Soviet occupation in 1949, and second, by the current constitution of 1992. Accordingly, my speech will explore the common aspirations that all the constitutions serve. Such an aspiration is expressed in the preamble of the Satversme as the will to guarantee throughout the centuries the existence and development of the Latvian people, to ensure freedom of each individual. I will speak about the fundamentals expressed by the constituent acts which established the statehood of Lithuania and their relevance to the constitution. I am even happier to address these issues here on the 16th of February, the day of independence of Lithuania. It is also on this day that 2 out of 3 fundamental constitutional acts of the state of Lithuania were adopted. Dear colleagues, we all know the traditional axiom of the Constitution, that the Constitution is supreme law and the basis of the whole legal system with which all other legal acts should comply. Therefore, it may be a rather provocative question to ask about what acts could be above the Constitution. However, if we look more carefully at the origins and the purpose of the Constitution, we can observe that no Constitution is usually written on the basis of tabula rasa. The Constitution does not appear out of nowhere and overnight. On the contrary, before adopting the Constitution as the fundamental social contract, the people have to establish and organize themselves as a state. This is usually achieved through the Declaration of Independence, that is the birth certificate of a state, in which the foundation of a newly born state is laid down. It is an act that is valid throughout the lifespan of the state, therefore the subsequent drafting and adoption of the Constitution should also inevitably rely on it. This is exactly what the doctrine of supraconstitutionality is about. In Lithuania, this doctrine has been finalized with the ruling of the 30th July of 2020 of the Constitutional Court. It has been preceded by the ruling of 11th July 2014, whereby the Constitutional Court held that the fundamental principles of Article 1 of the Constitution, such as the independence of the state, democracy, and the inherent nature of human rights, have the status of unamendable or eternal clauses, which cannot be denied by any constitutional amendment, nor even by the referendum. In the absence of any express provision of the Constitution regarding the unamendability or eternity of constitutional clauses, the Lithuanian Constitutional Court found the basis for the absolute substantial criteria for the constitutionality of constitutional amendments in the Act of the Independence of 16th February 1918. The Court stated that the Constitution cannot create the preconditions for abolishing the independent state of Lithuania founded on democratic principles, as proclaimed by the Act of Independence. This conclusion strengthened and further developed the doctrine of constitutionality of constitutional amendments that had already been formulated in the ruling of 24th of January 2014. As a rule, the doctrine of constitutionality of constitutional amendments is developed on the basis of express provisions of the Constitution, for example, in Germany. Not so many constitutional courts have to this day demonstrated the courage in identifying the eternal constitutional clauses when such provisions were not expressly established in the text of the Constitution. Apart from the Lithuanian example, 2 instances may be mentioned. First, already in 2000, the Taiwanese Constitutional Court declared that no constitutional amendment can infringe the liberal democratic constitutional order. Second, it is the Latvian Constitutional Court that in its judgment of 7th of April 2009 proclaimed that the fundamental values upon which the state of Latvia is based, including the fundamental rights and freedoms, democracy, sovereignty of the state and people, separation of powers, the rule of law, cannot be infringed by amendments to the Satversme. Legal research, including that conducted by Ineta Zīmele, further linked the substantial limitation on constitutional amendments to the doctrine of a basic norm, Grundnorm, that is found in the 1918 Act on the Proclamation of the State. The latter act itself provides for the constitutional core of the Republic of Latvia, such as an independent and democratic state established by the Latvian people on their land. The Satversme stems from that core. Therefore, this basic norm can only be altered through a revolution or revolt rather than through the amendments to the Satversme. By developing the doctrine of supraconstitutionality, the Lithuanian Constitutional Court has advanced a similar constitutional doctrine at the official jurisprudential level. Dear colleagues, due to the 5 decades of foreign occupation of the 20th century, Lithuania, just as the other 2 Baltic states, has more than one fundamental constitutional act in which we find the foundation of the modern statehood. The first is the Act of Independence of 16 February 1918, adopted by the Council of Lithuania, which established the independent state of Lithuania founded on democratic principles. The second is the Act of Restoration of the Independence of 11th March of 1990, adopted by the Supreme Council or Reconstituent Seimas, which restored the independence of the Republic of Lithuania on the basis of the continuity of state. The third is the Declaration of 16 February of 1949 of the Council of the Lithuanian Freedom Fight Movement, adopted by the then highest authority of the resistance to the Soviet occupation, which expressed the principles of the eventual restoration of the independence of the Republic of Lithuania based on state continuity. The Constitutional Court described all of these fundamental constitutional acts of the state of Lithuania as the primary sources of the Lithuanian constitutional law, which may never be amended or abolished. Meanwhile, the unamendable fundamental constitutional principles enshrined in these acts, such as independence, including the continuity of state, democracy, and the inherent nature of human rights, have supra-constitutional force, as they may not be denied by any constitution of the state of Lithuania. On the contrary, the constitution as supreme law derives from these fundamental constitutional acts and unconditionally protects the eternal constitutional values declared and implemented in those acts. This is the essence of the doctrine of supraconstitutionality as developed by the Lithuanian Constitutional Court. This doctrine is based on 2 premises. First, from the standpoint of the current constitution, they are pre-constitutional acts of constituent or reconstituent nature adopted by the supreme representative authority of the people of Lithuania of the respective time period. A pioneer of the Lithuanian doctrine of supraconstitutionality, Konstantinas Račkauskas, in his book on the issues of the Lithuanian constitutional law, commented in 1967 on the primary and secondary constituent power of the people. The establishment or re-establishment of a state is an act of primary constituent power, while the constitution is perceived as an act of secondary constituent power. Naturally, the secondary constituent power is derived from the primary and is empowered by the latter to adopt the constitution. Therefore, the secondary constituent power cannot trespass the limits established by the primary constituent power. Legal researchers Andras Sajo and Renata Uts pointed out that the constitutionalism presupposes the subordination of established constituent power to its own rules and denies the possibility to revoke those rules at any time. Furthermore, the constituted power is limited by the constituent power and cannot change the whole constitution, including its core. Secondly, the purpose of the Constitution is to safeguard the raison d'etre of the state as the common good of the people, without which the Constitution would become meaningless. In other words, the Constitution cannot be perceived as a suicide pact. Following the tradition of American constitutionalism, this means that the Constitution cannot be employed against itself, including for the destruction of its foundation, the sovereignty of the people, and their state. In general, the Lithuanian doctrine of supraconstitutionality resembles to the doctrine of an unamendable core of the Constitution as developed, among others, by the constitutional courts of Latvia and the Czech Republic. By assigning the fundamental constitutional acts to the category of primary sources of constitutional law, it is close to the concept of a block of constitutionality developed by the French Constitutional Council. By treating them as the sources of the Constitution, even of supraconstitutional nature, it may also be associated with a similar assessment of independence declarations by the constitutional courts of Slovenia and Moldova. Dear colleagues, at this point we also encounter the concept of constitutional identity that is employed by the European bodies of constitutional control, including those of Germany, France, Latvia, Poland, Hungary. Constitutional identity encompasses the constitutional principles and provisions which reflect the essence of the constitutional system and constitute the exceptionally safeguarded constitutional core. Although it is not expressly mentioned by the Constitutional Court of Lithuania, constitutional identity follows from the fundamental constitutional acts of the state of Lithuania. As it is clear from its ruling of 30th July of 2020, this concept is broader than that of supraconstitutionality. Apart from the unchangeable constitutional core, it also includes the constitutional traditions that are established by the fundamental constitutional acts of the state of Lithuania, expressed in the text of the current constitution, and can in principle be subject to changes once the opposite constitutional amendments are adopted. The majority of those constitutional traditions had been established by the declaration of the 16th February of 1949 of the Council of the Lithuanian Freedom Fight Movement. They include a parliamentary republic, expressed by adherence to the spirit of the 1922 Constitution, thereby rejecting the legacy of the authoritarian constitutions of 1928 and 1938. They also include the Western geopolitical orientation of the state as well as inconsistency with the constitution of both the Nazi and the Soviet totalitarian regimes. Thus, the concept of constitutional identity of Lithuania following from its fundamental constitutional acts is a mixed one. In part, it resembles the German model of unamendable identity consisting of the eternity clauses substantiated by the doctrine of supraconstitutionality. In other part, it follows the French pattern of a relative identity so far as other constitutional traditions are involved. Dear colleagues, I would now like to conclude by pointing out that, however paradoxical it may sound, the doctrine of supraconstitutionality does not in any way deny the supremacy of the Constitution. On the contrary, it rather contributes to the safeguarding and strengthening the pillars of constitutionalism, the independence of the state, democracy, and inherent nature of human rights as an inseparable element of a democratic constitutional order. It also promotes other elements of constitutional identity emerged and developed on those pillars. Therefore, although the approaches to the sources of constitutional law may differ, the Lithuanian doctrine of supraconstitutionality and its impact on the concept of constitutional identity clearly demonstrates the adherence of Lithuania to the common fundamental values on which constitutions of other European states, including the Satversme, are based. The purpose of various national doctrines dealing with the core of the Constitution remains the same: to safeguard the foundation of our modern statehood, as well as to provide effective, value-based common responses to the challenges and, at times, even extraordinary threats to the European constitutionalism. Paldies.
Liels paldies.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Žalimas. Today, we see flags hoisted at all state institutions of Latvia. And this is not only and not solely in honor of this conference, but it is in honor of the anniversary of proclamation of the Republic of Lithuania. And after some time, we will also show the same respect to the anniversary of the proclamation of the Republic of Estonia. The next speaker of today is a professor from Hungarian University, Tomasz Podlocki, and the topic of his presentation is the rise and fall of the Polish Constitution of 1921.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for invitation. And because my time is very, very precious, I'm just going directly to my paper. The May coup d'etat 1926 and the taking power by a new political group connected with the Marshal Józef Piłsudski started a new process in Poland, undermining and finally changing the March 1921 constitution. A compromise achieved only 5 years earlier became inconvenient for a ruling party, leading Poland from a democracy into authoritarianism. Surprisingly, even the opposition realized that what had seemed to be an ideal solution in a new political reality became far from satisfactory. Władysław Tarnawski, university professor of English literature in Lviv and the head of the local National Democrats, wrote in popular right-wing daily Lviv Morning Courier complaining about the multi-party system. Unfair legal relations is the outcome of a large number of parties. It is the amount that had to be created in Poland by the 5-point electoral law. Therefore, the same rights are given to the celebrity of the Polish literature, Aleksander Świętochowski, and Ivan the Stupid, a 20-year-old illiterate from a distant Belarusian village. What is more, Ivan's precious voice is protected by the same law of proportionality, unquote. Tarnawski underlines that the French system, artificially introduced in Poland, saw his fellow countrymen totally unprepared to co-rule in such a nationally complicated country as Poland of 1918-1939 was. While the Western powers grew up to democracy over the centuries, the situation in Central and Eastern Europe was different. The statehood existence was stopped decades earlier and just given back at the end of the Great War. Therefore, not only the national minorities, but some especially leftist Poles were longing for some of the strong power of the charismatic leader. It was the outcome of being brought up in huge empires such as Russia, Austro-Hungary and Germany, where the rulers had controlled so many aspects of life that the people in new post-1918 complicated realities were not mentally ready for democratic standards. Tarnawski sees the only solution in a two-party system like in Great Britain, because neither the authoritarianism nor the multi-party system was a proper choice for him. Inevitably, ideas and visions concerning the future shape of Poland were multiplying as the chances for its rebirth increased, especially in October and early November 1918. It was clear to everyone, apart from the revolutionary left, that the system of independent Poland should be adopted by the Sejm, a body with democratic legitimacy and a mandate bestowed by all citizens. The announcement that a democratic electoral law would be drawn up without delay and that the Sejm would be convened on its basis was part of the proclamation of the Regency Council of October 7, 1918. In the meantime, in many parts of Poland, lands the competitive centers of powers on Polish soil emerged. This chaos was naturally cut short when Józef Piłsudski arrived in Warsaw from Magdeburg on November 10th. Immediately after, all centers, including the Regency Council, subordinated to him. Even if the territorial shape of the country was still discussable for many months to come, on November 22nd, Piłsudski issued a decree on the highest representative power of the Republic of Poland. Piłsudski took the lead as the provisional chief of state who approved legislative projects previously drawn up and adopted by the Council of Ministers. What is more, a few days later, the decree on the legislative Sejm election law was issued and scheduled for January 21st. Despite the fact that emerging Poland did not yet have borders, but rather fronts on which battles were being waged, the newly independent Republic of Poland had its democratically elected legislative Sejm. It was just a few days after the international recognition of Poland by the USA, as well as Greece, and inviting the Polish delegation to joining the Paris Peace Conference. The government, headed by Ignacy Jan Paderewski, and hence the Polish state, was recognized by the major allied powers de jure in the so-called Little Versailles Treaty of June 1919. The election brought success to the national democracy and its supporting powers and weakened the left in favor of the center. Still, the parliamentary situation was very complicated. One can nevertheless say that there was a certain leaning towards the center-right in the presence of weak conservatives and national minorities. It was clear to everyone that drafting a constitution was not an easy task, that it took a lot of time, and that its provisions could not be adopted hurriedly. Although the first drafts of the constitution already existed, the military, economic, social, and international circumstances did not encourage a calm reflection on the future Polish political system. The solution was found in a resolution of February 20th, 1919. So-called the Small Constitution reinstated Józef Piłsudski in the post of Chief of State, defined in a very concise but not entirely precise manner the basic competences of the leading state authorities. Even if Piłsudski described this act as a short lady, in practice, however, it turned out that he kept far-reaching independence in the implementation of Eastern policy and effectively influenced certain decisions in the Sejm with the help of friendly parliamentarians. The adoption of small constitution gave Polish politicians some time for reflection and an opportunity to choose between ideas concerning Poland's future political system that various parties put forward. The discussion prolonged much than expected. Finally, the agreement was found by extremely delicate position of the state in March 1921. The upcoming plebiscite in Upper Silesia, which was to be held on March the 20th, 1921, was to determine the affiliation of that region either to Germany or to Poland. One of the arguments in the campaign conducted in favor of the region in remaining Germany was the accusation that Poland was a seasonal country. The adoption of the constitution, just as the conclusion of the negotiation with the Bolshevik and the signing of a peace treaty in Riga on March 18, 1921, undoubtedly undermined this accusation. In this atmosphere, all parliamentary factions compromised and the constitution was quickly signed. The constitution adopted in March 17, 1921 consisted of 126 articles grouped into 7 sections. The March Constitution introduced the principle of sovereignty of the nation. The nation exercised its sovereignty not directly, but through elected bodies of the lower and upper chambers of the parliaments. Lastly, in accordance with Montesquieu's principles of the separation of powers into 3 branches, the Sejm and the Senate were to serve as the legislative branch, the President and the Council of Ministers as the executive branch, and independent courts as the judiciary branch. The decision was understood by the authors of the Constitution as the organizational separation of competences, which do not exclude, for instance, granting certain legislative prerogatives to the executive and executive powers to the legislature. The highest authority was the parliament. What is more, the nationalist right put a great deal of effort into maximally curtailing the powers of the head of state. The constitution, based on the constitution of the Third French Republic, was regarded as very democratic. Among others, it expressly ruled out the discrimination on racial or religious grounds, even if the position of the Catholic Church was extremely high. It also abolished all royal titles and state privileges and banned the use of blazons. In the course of the work on the Constitution, there was no disagreement at all regarding the granting of voting rights to women. With time, opinions about the March constitutions were becoming increasingly critical, mainly on account of experiences associated with its application. As a result of a very weak presidential prerogatives, Marshal Piłsudski did not participate in the election of 1922. The victory of Gabriel Narutowicz over the national candidate caused the expulsion of right-wing frustration and aggression on the streets. And finally, the assassination of the president by an artist who was mentally unbalanced, but nonetheless associated with the nationalists. An efficient functioning of the system depended on the formation of a stable government majority in the Sejm. It was hard to achieve before 1926. Given the flaws of the Constitution, the parliamentary debate was rife with constitutional amendment proposal. The centre-right demanded that some of the powers of the Sejm be transferred to the Senate and the President be equipped with the right of veto and the power to dissolve Parliament. The need to amend the Constitution, strengthen the executive branch, and weaken the legislative one was among the demands advanced by Marshal Piłsudski, who had been sidelined in political life. They were part of a broader program of moral renewal and the battle against party politics and so-called Sejmocracy. Several weeks after the May 1926 coup d'etat led by Józef Piłsudski, the Sejm adopted a draft amendment to the constitution. Under it, the prerogatives of the presidents were strengthened and some of the same ones weakened. From the formal point of view, the March Constitution remained in force until the adoption of the April Constitution in 1935. In reality, since 1926, Poles had to deal with what was described by political system historians as a para-constitutional system. The actual management of the state affairs was in the hands of Józef Piłsudski, who only periodically held the post of prime minister. Therefore, the name of the whole political movement, sanation, which was meant to be restoration to health, became symbolic of undemocratic tendencies after 1926. Władysław Tarnowski, with whom I began my consideration, warned in 1929 what such provisions could lead to, quote, "In the ranks of Myrmidon Sanation Club, there are still illusions that Poland will impose a system of eternal petrification of power in the hands of those who caught it in May 1926. April 1935 proved him wrong. However, notwithstanding later events, the March Constitution was a great success of the young state and became the foundation of subsequent unification processes and efforts to break with the heritage of the partitions." Thank you very much.
Liels paldies, kolēģim.
Thank you, dear colleague, Professor Tomasz Podlocki. It seems that you have covered the most distance of all of our foreign colleagues, and you are sitting actually right in front of the Polish flag, which is a nice coincidence. And as next, and the last speaker in this panel session, I would like to introduce to you a long-standing cooperation partner of ours and the friend of University of Latvia, professor of the Tallinn University, Peter Järvelaid, who will give us a speech about the 1920 Constitution of the Republic of Estonia and core ideas of the 1992 Constitution. Professor will talk in German.
Gestern und heute sind bedeutungsvolle Tage.
Today and yesterday, we marked the centenary of the Satversme, and this conference is also focusing on the 100th anniversary of Satversme. I would like to underline that the analysis of constitutional aspects of the Constitution gives general public a broader understanding, a better, deeper understanding of how the state functions. The 100th anniversary conference of the Estonian Constitution achieved a significant shift of paradigms in the Estonian society about the role of 1920 Constitution of the Republic of Estonia. We earlier today heard a speech or remarks by Mr. Steinmeier, who said that 100 years since the adoption of the Weimar Constitution, interest in this constitution has also been rekindled, and analysis of the main benefits of this constitution has begun, and this discussion on the benefits of the old constitution in Estonia is also something new. What has happened in Estonia? Why is Latvia celebrating 100th anniversary of its constitution, Satversme, whereas we have less of a jubilee? In 1920s and 40s, politicians and mass media primarily focused on the weaknesses of the 1920 Constitution. It was too democratic, too loose, too parliamentarian. And it took 100 years for us to be able to distance ourselves, a new generation of legal scholars, to change the perceptions about the Constitution and focus more on the strengths of the 1920 Constitution, its pros and pre-constitutional, and the pros and the strengths of the pre-constitutional acts, which were integrated into the 1934-1937 Constitution of the Republic of Estonia, both literally and figuratively. It is not right that, it is not fair that scholars previously focused on the negatives of the Constitution, falling into the trap of the narrative of the politicians. And later on, the mass media movement was picked up by others as well, and constitutional criticism mostly focused on the negatives or the weaknesses of the Constitution. So in the eyes of people, this Constitution was quite poor in terms of the content and led to a lot of undesirable consequences, but there are no facts, of course, to prove that. In 1930s, well-known Estonian legal experts offered a new interpretation of 1920s Constitution, and their interpretation focused around and also explored the constitutional provisions and the provisions of the pre-constitutional acts or laws. Provisional constitutions were also analyzed. However, the context or the conditions and various drafts of the constitutions were less studied by legal scholars, and this negative perception continued to dominate in the society, in mass media, as well as professional legal publications. And only in 2019 did scholars go into national archives to study more carefully various drafts of the Constitution, although these drafts were developed by a very prominent and well-known legal scholar, a professor at the Tartu University, and later on also Prime Minister, who was also the first Prime Minister in exile for the Estonia. He was quick to point out the positive aspects of the Constitution, or the strengths of the Constitution, although he did not really mention or emphasize his role in development of those drafts. He took it rather painfully, the accusations coming from the general public and accusations coming from legal professionals. Today, we are, however, happy to announce that the wonderful lawyer, at the age of 29, he was 29 in 1920, he contributed significantly to shaping of our current constitution and the Estonian state as it is today. His contribution, his input is especially notable because in the following years until his death in exile in Stockholm, he, to a large extent, shaped the key principles, the framework of the current Estonian constitution and its key principles. Estonia has gone through a number of constitutions and major amendments to the constitution, which all contribute to a corpora of research to see how much these texts and provisions overlap and how much of the initial provisions have been retained. As regards to the provisions that have been transplanted from the 1920s constitution to a modern constitution, well, you can explore that using various methods, also looking into various provisional drafts. We're an independent, parliamentary, democratic republic. These are the key principles that you will find in the initial drafts of the Constitution, as well as in the text of the current modern-day Constitution. We have never had any much debate about becoming a presidential republic, but there is a small difference between Estonia and Latvia. Our provisional constitutions already offered a short list of fundamental rights. Latvia didn't manage to include this list or reference to fundamental rights in its initial constitution. However, listing of the fundamental rights was unique in Europe at the day. It was special for a European country, and that is something that we have kept to this day in our modern constitution, something that has been transposed and that has been transplanted from the previous iterations of the constitution to the current constitution. Left-wing parties had the majority at the first parliament, the first convocation of the Estonian parliament, constitutional assembly. They dismissed the presidency. They rejected it on the grounds of having too many similarities with a Tsar or an emperor, so that's why they excluded it from the initial draft of the constitution. But they nevertheless included the principle of socially responsible state. Any lawyer who has had the luck of working with constitutional law and has had the luck of working with constitution will confirm or will endorse the facts that we see in the history. For example, in 1920s, the left-wing parties that dominated the parliament in Estonia, they had the majority, which of course didn't contribute to the democratic discourse back in the day. And such a majority in the parliament, such dominance in the parliament, prevented discussion from touching many of issues that are still relevant to this day, are still hot topics that people and experts debate. We have to find answers to these questions ourselves. We need a legal discourse. Without legal discourse, you will have political discourse. There will only be political discourse. So what about presidency of the state? And how should we look at the politicians who have assumed their office based on the modern constitution? Quite often political and legal matters overlap or blend or merge nowadays. 100 years have passed, but we're still talking about how we should elect our president. Well, I don't want to... I'd like to refrain from giving you a recap of all of these discussions, but in September 2020, Estonian president was given a legal initiative on direct elections of the president, and that only shows that the debate is very much alive and still up in the air. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Peter Järvelaid. With this, dear participants, we have reached, dear participants and viewers, listeners, with this we have concluded the first panel session, plenary session rather, of the conference. This plenary session highlighted the historical and legal reasons for why constitutionalism has developed in all four countries very differently. I don't know, is it the full moon or otherwise, but I was just, thinking to myself about Chekhov's famous work. He wrote about three sisters, and we are here four sisters. One is no more, no longer. I mean, three are no longer here. One is still living and living for the others as well. And that one is going to be the focus of the next plenary session. The one that is still alive will be the one that we'll discuss at 2 o'clock. The moderator will be the corresponding member of the Latvian Academy of Science, Professor Sanita Osipon. We'll talk about Satversme, of course. But to the colleagues who took part in this plenary session, thank you very much for your wonderful speeches and keeping up to the time. Thank you very much.
Cienējamie klāte.
Dear participants, I have the honor now to open the final and closing session of this conference, and we will follow the Satversme moving through its 100 years, eternally young as a force of the nation, and the Satversme that we see currently in the legal space of the European Union and the way we see it in the future. And so we will have scholars giving presentations that will probably also cause reflections. And I will ask the first speaker, who is academician Eriks Jakobsons. Thank you, and good afternoon. Indeed, I feel this responsibility, huge responsibility. Within 15 minutes, I have to tell what I want to tell, and I want to give you the impression of the situation. What was the situation like when this document was drafted? And I want to prove that to understand the nature of the document, you have to know not only the text, but also the conditions, the circumstances in which the document was adopted. Just a very couple of sentences about the situation Latvia was in. I can just say that as to the loss of population and in general, in terms of ruin, Latvia, one of the worst situations in Europe, because for 3 years the front line moved across Latvia. Greater losses compared to Lithuania and Estonia due to this. A loss of people from 2.5 to 1.5. That's almost 40% population loss, the greatest mass of refugees, and so on. This all definitely caused problems in all spheres of life. In the fact that, people had to, life had to be built anew from scratch, establishing institutions, and there were foreign relations problems at the end of the, what we saw at the end of the First World War. First of all, those countries, superpowers that Latvia really had set its hopes on, were preoccupied with their own problems, economic, political, and so on, and could not provide the assistance that the Baltic states had hoped for. Germany at the time was not a threat, apart from the fact that people who were also in revanchistic mood, and they warned Latvian statesmen that they should be careful. Then the Soviet Russia, the major political problem at the time, clearly the communistic international, which functioned in Moscow, and foreign policy of the Soviet Russia was seen already in August and September 1920, when on the one hand, near Warsaw, the European fate is decided, and the Red Army is going to Germany to cause a global revolution. And later, of course, no one in Moscow would take into account the independence of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, but Communistic International, it continued after Warsaw and also conclusion of peace treaty. It aimed at destroying the regimes in neighboring countries. Endless provocation. And then December of 1920, it's the most vivid illustration on what's happening in these relations. It's very important also for us to understand it now. A part of embassies of the embassy staffs of Western countries leave Riga because huge forces are concentrated on the borders, waiting for any kind of provocations. And these troops are moved around quite openly. At this point, embassies just loads the ships, all their confidential correspondence, and so on, and move away. But then this attack is moved from the Baltic countries to the Georgia, and Georgia is completely ruined. And again, later, troops are on the border, and and they are waiting for terrorists to occupy the most important institutions, and then Moscow would be asked to help proletariat of Estonia, and Moscow would respond. Well, that was the situation. Relationships with other Baltic states were quite poor from the point of view of cooperation of the time. Well, quite normal, but not as good as we would like to see them. One obstacle that Soviet Russia and Germany were using very skillfully, because they did not want any closer union here, and they succeeded in it. But not only because they had very skillful diplomats, but because the Baltic states were unable to agree among themselves on borders, on common foreign policy. And Lithuania had other enemies apart from other Baltic states, for example, Poland. Again, a typical example when we are unable to come to an agreement because of some internal disputes. Finland feels less endangered by the Soviet Russia, and that's why Finland is not willing to cooperate with the Baltic states. Now, internal problems. Internal problems, it's very hard to comprehend them, even knowing the experience of 1990s. A new state at the time and in the 1990s, and yet it's very hard to imagine it all. The front line going over Latvia ruined the economy, almost all production facilities evacuated. And of course, the front line has destroyed and ruined the land. Peasants have nowhere to live when they return back home. And the main problem, of course, was the agrarian reform. It was needed at the time, like in all other countries in Eastern Central Europe, including Germany. And this is happening, and this actually was one of the main tasks of the Constitutional Assembly to do that, apart from adopting the Constitution. Here we can also speak about political problems, again, that we know from our personal or current experience. At the Constitutional Assembly, the disputes among political parties, a huge number of factions, no thresholds for being elected, 150 members or 151, and tens of parliamentary groups and factions unable to agree. Parties emerge and become liquidated, and on the background of it all those social problems and also confrontation between major political parties like Farmers' Union and other civic parties against the Social Democrats, which was the legal leftist party. And here we see this confrontation that was very acute at the time, not only in the parliament, but even on the streets. And this went on until mid-1920s. Of course, we can speak about lack of democratic experience among Latvia's population, but not only this. The first and the last democratic election was held in 1917 amidst the chaos. Riga City Council with the Land Council, but these elections, well, this period was very brief, and you cannot really call this democratic experience. And again, huge enthusiasm in establishing the Constitutional Assembly. On the other hand, huge fragmentation and political disputes. Of course, we know of political disputes also today, but not in the shape of the time. Then incompetence, lack of competence among some officials and also among some ministers. We can speak about surprisingly, primitively wrong transactions conducted by the ministries, also in foreign trade, in hopes that this might help to establish foundations needed for national economy. For example, buying from for 400,000 euros at the time, that was a huge amount of money from American company, some kind of materials for railways, and only then understanding that there were some kind of small spelling differences in the titles of the companies, and this company actually, that was 3 people in one room in New York, and the money was lost. That was really incompetence, and later, it really, the minister, after some years was proven to be totally wrong. Then another episode which we which is not usually included in textbooks, but it was important at the time and important also now, social situation. Currently, and also at the beginning of 1990s, we were unable to imagine the madness which ruled society after 6 years of war. It was the crime level was unimaginable. We know Kaupans and Adamaitis who were heading armed bands and really instilling horror in people in population of Vidzem and Zemgale. There were also bands headed by women. This is also like a testimony of the times. Robberies, terrorism, all those all this was going on the streets. Epidemics in culmination in 1920 when the armed forces actually had to force people in Latgale villages to wash hands to deal with this epidemic of dysentery and typhus epidemics raging for years. And what we also see, and I will explain why it was important, that sign of social disaster, hunger, real hunger. In 1920s, the situation slightly improved thanks to assistance by American organizations, but February 1922, American kitchens were operating in Riga on the 4th of February, just 10 days before adoption of the Satversme. So 1922, the 4th of February, if I have the possibility, I will publish the entire report. Nellie Garden, an American journalist in Riga, visited different places, and she was also taking photos, by the way, and she was describing girls, 7-year-old, the daily life of a 7-year-old girl, Jette. She goes to one of those American kitchens, and the lady who is in charge of the American kitchen, I believe that was on Tarbeta Street, they told that usually we have 1,800 poor children. When it's cold, like today, approximately 700 do not come because they have no footwear. Then this journalist goes to Jette, describes this apartment and the living conditions, and when the door is opened, she sees that Jette, the girl, has no footwear. That's 1922, the 7th of February. Here we are speaking about poor children. So those from among those 1,800, 700 were going barefoot without footwear. So let's imagine the situation in the streets and the social situation just by extrapolating this fact. And actually, the authors of the Satversme, of course, encountered this situation, and they had to take this into account. And indeed, they also had to hope, like those 80% of population who voted for it. It was an unprecedented rate. Those people who participated in the election and elected their representatives, they really hoped that the National Assembly and Satversme would bring order into this country, into this state. But they had to fulfill these hopes. And of course, Jette, in this case, is a symbol, although she was a real person. And all this proves how important the constitution was for Latvia. It was a step towards the international de jure recognition. Actually, America recognized only in the summer of 1920, recognized Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania de jure. It is one more step towards being recognized as an independent country able to function on the international arena. And another point, which is also very important from the perspective of this conference, while researching one of those fields, economy, law, politics, all this social issue, hunger, on the territory of Latvia on the 20th century, we cannot examine it in isolation. We have to examine all those processes in their conjunction. We have to form a unified understanding of the situation. Everything is interconnected, external, domestic, social. At the time, as today, we can research all these issues only in their interconnection and combination. And if we do that, we also gain results results. And I would like to thank organizers for inviting me today to come here, for trusting. And it's funny, I did not read my presentation because I forgot my reading glasses on my table at home. But I hope I succeeded in convincing you that such conferences should be held also in the future.
Liels paldies Jākapsona kungam par ļoti dzīvu.
Thank you, Mr. Jakobsons, for a very lively insight into the sort of the rubbles that our country emerged from. Now, as regards to restoration of the country, about defending of the country and the role of the constitutional Satversme and all that is what we are going to hear from Professor Talos Jonsis. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also step back slightly at the beginning of my speech and look back into the history. And we've been talking about Gunnar Sastra and freedom movement, and he was a freedom fighter who was on trial for anti-Soviet propaganda in 1983. And many of us here remember what he said at his closing statement in the court in 1983, when he said that the Soviet regime will perish like a bad nightmare one day. But when I went to the archive, I looked at the transcripts of the court hearings, and I was surprised about what he said in his last statement. He said that the Latvian Republic, founded in 1918, still exists. The constitution adopted in 1922 is still valid. This is, these are the words of a man who's not a lawyer, who's just, putting two and two together. So illegal annexation, illegal occupation is a breach of international law. So that means that the state still exists and the constitution is still valid. And I was surprised at how well he sort of formulated or worded that, although the national awakening and independence movement came about only 6 years later with similar conclusion, and Popular Front was even later, 8 years after that. But nevertheless, today this is what we know as the state continuity doctrine, as the continuity, state continuity doctrine, whichever term you prefer. But from an international law perspective, state continuity doctrine is a doctrine where a state is legally continuing, although its actual powers have been suspended due to occupation or illegal aggression, illegal annexation, or the revolution, or a coup that has replaced the government. So state continuity definition is complex. It's not as straightforward, but the idea is very plain and simple. Let me translate it for you. If anything illegal has happened, then the legitimate state continues to exist, and sooner rather than later, justice and legitimacy can be restored. As regards to the continuity doctrine, it is different from the succession doctrine, which is very similar doctrine in international law, which basically describes cases when, a new state emerges, or states merge, or states separate, or if nation exercises its self-determination right, it is the successor of a previous state. To put it more simply, for example, John is taken a hostage for 50 years, or 51 years was the case of the Baltic occupation. Then obviously, once you're released, you don't become George or somebody else. You are John. You were John before being taken hostage, held hostage, and you have the same rights, name, and so on and so forth. And once you're deceased, you have your successors, you have your children, grandchildren, and then, of course, the inheritance rights or inheritance laws come into play, but that's different. But from the continuity point of view or succession point of view, it is pretty clear when it comes to succession. It's regulated by the 3 conventions. Only one has been ratified, and still countries are quarreling about how to perceive succession doctrine. Nevertheless, as regards to continuity doctrine, it's not, of course, as simple as I am describing it. When it comes to Latvia, of course, there's Russia, which has never legally recognized Soviet occupation of the Baltic countries. We all know that, of course, which prevents us from fully applying the continuity doctrine. And another obstacle is that among foreign scholars, renowned, respected foreign scholars, the understanding of the continuity is very much conditional upon various factors. In the case of Baltic countries, it's the 51 year of occupation. And then there are, of course, other doctrines in international law. Breaches can also be legalized. Unfortunately, we do have doctrines like that in international law. And also among Western scholars, it's not as simple as we put it here in Latvia today, that we are just the same state as we were in 1980s when we declared our own republic. And if you look at the documents which have now been released, in 1991, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, when it received the letters of the recognition, not all of those letters said that we fully recognize your independence. There were quite many countries that were quite ambiguous, quite indirect. They said, congratulations on proclamation and so on and so forth, on restoration of your state, but not all of them recognized that it was the same state. And also, from the continuity doctrine point of view, we should also very carefully consider what Russia does and how it behaves. And it basically uses the doctrine that is, fits its ends best. Initially it said that it is the successor of the Soviet Union, which is obvious. But then several months later, at the end of 1991, beginning of 1992, Russia said, well, but what about the United Nations? Our membership, if we are a successor of the Soviet Union, then we would have to apply for full membership and have to go through the full process. What about the UN Security Council seat? What about the nuclear weapons? And there are lots of embassies of Soviet Union around the world. What to do with them? And then they decided that, yes, Russia is the successor of the Soviet Union. In other words, Soviet Union continues to exist to this day, only under a different name, a name of Russian Federation, based on its own recognition of it being the successor of the Soviet Union. And since these issues are quite ambiguous also from an international perspective, continuity of Latvia and the Baltic countries is not interpreted clearly from the perspective of international law. That is why the preamble of 2014 of the Satversme was very important, that on 1991, 4th of May, Latvia restored its national independence based on the state continuity doctrine. So at least in the constitution we have that, although it was already ruled by the Constitutional Court that nobody should doubt the continuity of the Latvian state from the 1918, because internationally we have positioned ourselves as the successor or the state that has continued since 1918. And if we go back to the awakening, our freedom movement, the situation was also quite ambiguous, wasn't that straightforward. A lot of Soviet-trained lawyers who were not well versed in international law had a lot of questions about state continuity doctrine. And it's no surprise that in 1988, actually the first year of the awakening, when the Popular Front of Latvia was talking about freedom, more autonomy and independence within the Soviet Union, which was also pretty obvious. And one of the main priorities of the Popular Front of Latvia, one of the main demands of the Popular Front of Latvia at the time, was that we should renegotiate the Soviet Union treaty, giving more autonomy to Latvia, and that was, a minor step. And then in 1988, during the first Congress of the Popular Front, we also made additional demands that the Latvian Soviet Republic should be admitted to the UN. And God forbid that happening, but nevertheless, it was only 1 year later, in 1989, in the second year of the awakening, the National freedom or independence movement, the Popular Front, very clearly proclaimed during its Congress that the 1922 Satversme is still valid, it needs to be restored, and 1918 Republic still continues to exist. We just need to restore it, bring it back, and that is why we need to also restore the rights of the 1980 citizen or residents of Latvia, and should also compensate their successors for all the losses. So with this, large disputes began, negotiations, quite many leaders of the Popular Front very clearly, and this has been well publicized, have already openly claimed that, you can't step into the same river twice, and we shouldn't therefore be restoring the 1918 Republic of Latvia. And there were other positions or views as well, proposals, for example, to adopt a new constitution, to create a constitutional assembly, which would be both represented by the Latvian residents as well as those who come from other parts of the Soviet Union during the occupation. And I have to say that in 1989, the Latvian Science Association supported this, in fact, model. This of course shows our lack of understanding and lack of knowledge about these processes, but soon everything became clear, and in 1919, when the Popular Front won the elections on 18th of March, we actually changed our official position basically, 180 degrees, and we took the position that was more aligned with the popular spirits, the popular sentiment, and the popular movement sentiment. And Egils Levits, a Latvian German living in Germany, a lawyer with Western legal training, he was our current president. He was the one who on 20th of March, literally 2 days after the elections, and also on 23rd of March, in his notebook wrote that yes, the Supreme Council, where the majority will be represented by the Popular Front members, must adopt a declaration as soon as possible. This is, a direct quote, actually. A declaration with two main competences, and this is a quote from his notebook. The Latvian Republic, proclaimed on 18th of November 1918, continues to exist, and Satversme, adopted in 1922, continues to be the basic law of the Republic of Latvia, the supreme law of the Republic of Latvia. This is direct quote from Mr. Levits' notebook, and this very clearly, embodies and shows our position and our goal and priority that we work towards when we restored our independence. And it wasn't easy on 3rd or 4th of May, at least, for the Popular Front members to restore the 1918 Republic, and because there were many who said that we should create a new state, the successor of the Latvian Soviet Republic, as well as successor of the 1980 Republic. I will not mention all the sort of the terrible consequences that would create, but of course that would sort of deprive us of the opportunity to refer to the continuity doctrine at that moment. And in 1990s there were a lot of politicians and scholars, only some, who claimed that we should create a new state and we could therefore inherit some of the military weapons of the Soviet Republic. We could also keep what Soviet Union gave us in terms of resources, similar to what Cuba received, and we shouldn't denationalize the properties or return the properties. Thankfully, proposals like these didn't get any support. So, at the end of the day, the continuity doctrine, which has been also included in the preamble of our constitution, what are its strengths? Well, confirms the right of Latvian people to self-determination and the right to create the Republic in 1980 and restore it in 1990. Of course, the annexation and occupation has been recognized as illegitimate through the continuity doctrine, and of course we didn't have to award the citizenship automatically to everyone who arrived here during the Soviet occupation and later years. And we also didn't have to pay the debts of the Soviet Union to other countries, which turned out to be far greater than our loans to other countries. We didn't have to fulfill those liabilities. We didn't have to answer for the war crimes committed by the Soviet Union. And we also got back our embassies from the pre-war period. And we also got our gold reserves back, which is also very important. We got it back only because we were able to refer to the continuity doctrine. And for lawyers, it was absolutely essential not only to restore the constitution, and we basically restored it almost, word for word, with the minor additions that, as you heard, were made later on. We also inherited or restored the 1937 civil law, which is still operational with minor amendments. So there were numerous benefits to continuity doctrine. Let me just conclude on the continuity doctrine and the succession doctrine. I think that they should deserve a lot more international research. Given the current geopolitical circumstances and turbulences, we have come to learn the true face of Russia, and we should probably raise this at the UN and should indeed insist on Baltic countries being the continuation of their first republics from the perspective of international law, and that would help us resolve all the issues with the Russia as the successor of Soviet Union. It should apologize to the Baltic countries, of course, and also compensate our losses stemming from the occupation. There's no statute of limitation according to international law on those losses, so we should be able to resolve them once the continuity doctrine is recognized by Russia as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Junzis, who told us not only how we restored the Republic and Satversme, but he also outlined transition to other presentations, Satversme and Latvia in the international space. I have the honor to invite Associate Professor Irēna Kucina, Latvia as an EU member state and the framework of European law in the Satversme. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in this presentation, I will try to highlight briefly two issues of constitutional nature which follow from Latvia's participation in the European Union and the framework of European law in the Satversme. First of all, whether Latvia's accession to the EU has impacted or modified sovereignty of the Latvian people in the meaning of the Article 2 of the Satversme. And the second was a transfer of Latvians' competences to the EU is a one-off act, or whether Latvia needs to follow how these competences are exercised and whether the scope is not exceeded. First of all, Latvia's participation in the EU and sovereignty in the meaning of Article 2. In the variant defined by Jean Bodin, sovereignty meant absolute power of the ruler, unrestricted. Since the French Revolution, the ruler was gradually replaced by the people as the sovereign. The people as the idea of sovereign is included also in Article 2 of the Satversme. The sovereign power of the state in Latvia is vested in the Latvian people. Since Bodin's times, the concept of sovereignty has been constantly changing. It has never been understood in one way everywhere. So, in the development of 140 years has been researched by Dieter Grimm, who was one of the judge of the Federal German Constitutional Court. And he notes that in the today's world, sovereignty is a mechanism for protecting democracy. And I quote, the most important function of sovereignty is to protect politically self-determination of politically united society, allowing it to select the most appropriate order. It refers also to regulation of Article 64 of the Satversme, which provides that some of its competences can be delegated only with the aim to reinforce its democracy. From the point of view of constitutional law, here we see three main models. And I will mention the Netherlands, Germany, and Latvia as an example. In the Netherlands, the national constitutional law sees no problem in divided constitutional sovereignty because it's related to the state's competences. And in this understanding, here, the state has a leading role, and it has the right to transfer at least part of its competences to supranational organizations like the EU. In the Dutch constitutional law, constitutional sovereignty has only a marginal meaning. The constitutional law of the Netherlands do not see any problem in narrowing down or restricting the state's sovereignty or divided sovereignty. That's why the Netherlands constitutional law does not know any kind of breaks or problems in this transition. Well, the situation in Germany is different. It's the Article 23 of the Constitution speaks about this transfer and delegation of the competences, and it sets limits. It provides that the inviolable core of the Constitution and all the competencies affecting it cannot be transferred. So this means that the Federal Constitutional Court of Germany should all the time follow whether the EU institutions respect the scope of delegation. And the Constitutional Court in its German Constitutional Court in case Weiss reviewed compatibility of the EU legal acts and also the judgment with the German constitution. And the conclusion was that the scope of delegation had been exceeded. And also with references to the 2nd and 6th article of the Treaty on the European Union. So the conclusion was that EU institutions, including the court, had acted ultra vires. And here, actually, it was not a matter of violation of the core of the German constitution, but exceeding the delegation, the scope of delegation. Of course, this judgment has been discussed a lot, and I have also prepared a more extensive publication. But also, the judgment is based on the principle of on the sovereignty of the German people defined in Article 23 of the Basic Law. And of course, the procedure for delegation, the scope of delegation, all this is defined in Article 23 of the Basic Law. And yet there are different opinions in the legal science, whether the sovereignty is not divided or it is divided in the sector in which the state has delegated its competences to the European Union. And now about Latvia. Latvia's participation and how to assess it from the perspective of Latvia's sovereignty. Of course, both in the internal and external dimension, this is appreciated very highly. This can be explained by our history. For Latvians, even just giving up partially our delegation is unacceptable. And these values are reflected also in our constitutional law and participation in the EU. First of all, Article 2 of the Satversme. It states that the people, all the sovereign power is vested in the people. and all other bodies of the state power derive their competence from it. So the question is, by delegating this to the EU, doesn't this decrease the scope of the people's sovereignty? This was discussed when Latvia's accession to the EU was debated. And so the proposal was to add a second part to Article 68. And in accordance with the principle of unity of the Satversme should be interpreted as a totality. And that's why Article 2 and Article 68, the first sentence, should be read in conjunction, stating that the state may delegate part of its competences to international institutions. Also here we see that a differentiation between the people's sovereignty and the state's competence, which can be delegated. So, with regard, the prevailing opinion is that the sovereignty of the Latvian people is undivided, and it was not being affected by Latvia's accession to the EU in accordance with Article 68. Ivor Senziņš, the former president of the Constitutional Court, has defined it very briefly. You either have or have not sovereignty. And the second question that I would like to discuss is whether the transfer of Latvia's competences is one of fact, and later on the EU deals freely with them, or whether Latvia has the right to follow how the competences are exercised and whether the scope is not exceeded. By acceding to the EU, Latvia assumed certain obligations and delegated part of the competence. But the question is whether this act of delegation, by this act of delegation, Latvia has lost any control over the competences. Should Latvia accept any handling of these competences, or whether Latvia still retains some possibilities of control? And here again we have to look at the provision of the second part of Article 68. Latvia may delegate these competences only in the aim of strengthening democracy. This is slightly confusing. Is it possible really to strengthen democracy by delegating part of the state's competences? Isn't that on the contrary? I have to admit that to turn this wording of the text into strengthening of democracy, certain legal exercises are needed. First of all, EU is stronger. Latvia is stronger in the EU compared to being an isolated state, and this could affect the strength of democracy, but we don't know whether this is convincing. Arguments have been voiced that Latvia, not by losing parts of its competences, still gains the possibility to decide on matters pertaining to the entire EU. This seems to be quite relative as well. So this wording, with the aim of strengthening democracy, I believe the meaning of this is best revealed by teleological and historical explanation. It's clear that the parliament adopted the norm to create a precondition for Latvia's membership in the EU without affecting the nature of Latvia's sovereignty, defined in Article 2. The Constitutional Court, in its judgment on Lisbon Treaty, found the transfer of competences to the EU and integration of EU acts in our system impose certain restrictions which are acceptable only if EU law is compatible with the principles of democratic state which follow from the first article of the Satversme. And again, we have to return to this wording, with the aim of strengthening democracy. And here we see certain caution. Latvia wants to be a member of such EU which is based on the principle of democracy and does not affect Latvia's sovereignty. We have to understand the concept of democracy broadly. It includes also the rule of law and other fundamental principles protected by the inviolable core of the Satversme, including constitutional identity of the state of Latvia. And this principle also requires public institutions to act strictly within the limits of their competence. And Latvia has assumed that the EU in its actions will stay within the limits of its competence and won't exceed them. And also the legislator assumed that the EU will be using the methodology for applying legal norms accepted in the Western circle of law and won't exceed its competences. And yet, it is clear that Latvia should not tolerate arbitrariness in some cases. So the question is whether the EU is based on the principles of democracy. Is this just is it enough to have an answer to this question at the time when Latvia acceded to the EU? Perhaps Latvia has this obligation to follow constantly whether EU continues meeting this condition. It is even more importantly because the EU is a dynamic formation which has committed to consolidate the union of European people continuously. And yet national law and EU law, these are two different systems of law. And the treaties of the EU do not provide for the possibility for national states and institutions to control EU institutions. And therefore, the control of the constitutional court over functioning of the European institutions could be a case of absolute exception. This could be admissible if these actions are obviously incompatible with those rules with the delegated competences in accordance with Article 68 of the Satversme. And again, this judgment by the Federal Constitutional Court of Germany is a very good example that the Constitutional Court has this possibility to interfere, and also it must be assessed very cautiously whether this possibility should be used. I believe that it follows from the conditions of Latvia's membership in the EU, and especially Article 68, that the Constitutional Court in exercising its role as the watchdog of the Constitution, it should not waive this right, and it is even not allowed to waive this right.
Paldies, Kucinas kundzei.
Thank you, Madam Kutsina. And as next, I would like to give the floor to the corresponding member of the Latvian Academy of Science and Professor, Inata Ziemele. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and our viewers and listeners, because we are still being live streamed. I feel compelled to agree, in fact, that today we are talking about the modern challenges of our Constitution Satversme, and we are also thinking about the future and potential challenges to our Constitution and whether Constitution Satversme and its framework and fundamental principles will help us to get to the future that we want to achieve. My speech will focus on how within last 100 years, the content of Article 68 has changed. The article has just been mentioned by Madam Kutsina in relation to the preamble and Article 1 and 2 of the preamble, because this is the framework, the context in which Latvia can be internationally active and can participate in international and European processes. In early 1930s, Professor Kārlis Dišlers interpreted the Article 68 of Satversme, and he mentioned that the application of international agreements according to the place of this article in the structure of Satversme as the question of the legislative powers of, or issue of the legislative powers of the Parliament and international agreements have to be ratified by the President. It is the power of the President in scope of his federative functions. How Constitutional Assembly came to create the Article 68 and what kind of content this article received initially has not been studied separately here in Latvia, and that is why I will use this opportunity to, for my speculations or my interpretation of how it came about. But I think it would be worthwhile Latvian legal scholars and historians to focus their studies on this issue in particular, because by better understanding the initial sort of concept or the initial idea, we would be able to better understand what kind of purpose the Article 68 has in a modern world, how it functions in the modern world where our countries are very closely intertwined, and never mind, European Union taking on more and more member state competencies and harmonizing more and more areas of law. Everything indeed is very closely intertwined, and as Professor Jakobsson's already underlined, this is something that we should always bear in the back of our minds. We should never forget that the interpretation of the Article 68 is obviously very much linked to the circumstances in which the Satversme was adopted, because back in the day for Latvia it was important to become an active member of the international relations, and one of the main priorities, this has been mentioned a number of times today, after founding of the state, it was necessary for Latvia to be internationally recognized as an independent state, for this statehood to be confirmed by other countries, and to be invited to join the League of Nations. Just for you to remember, as regards to what was happening here internally and what was happening internally, it was very important to conclude the peace treaties with Germany and Russia at the time. It was equally important to sign border agreements with Lithuania and Estonia to draw the borders. So this foreign policy context, in fact, to a large extent determined the content of the Article 68. Let me just remind you that upon the initiative of the Foreign Minister Siegfried Meyrovitz, France encouraged other powers to grant the de jure recognition to Latvia and France and all the Entente countries unconditionally and unreservedly granted the de facto recognition both to Latvia and Estonia in the 1920. And Edgar Sandersons, a renowned historian, also wrote that in between two wars, Latvians relied on the protection of Western allies in the initial years. Most of the assistance came from the Great Britain, UK, but it had to pay reparations as well eventually. And when the Baltic countries failed to sign the cooperation agreement in 1922, the Scandinavian countries also lost interest in Baltic countries. Although the Latvian government was very well aware of the complex international context, from an internal point of view, it was left somewhat unaddressed, uncovered back then. And in the early 20th century, this article was less explored, and therefore the constitution was less focused on our relations with other countries and was primarily focused on protecting the domestic constitutional order framework. So this is my first hypothesis. So 100 years ago, in its first iteration, Article 68 meant that we should have dual approach to constitutional and international law. In other words, state law and international law are two separate areas of law that have intersections, and Article 68 is one of such intersections between the domestic and international law. And this is, again, pretty obvious. If you look at the legal theories of the time, it sort of perfectly matches the spirit of the time, and it also very well reflects the nature or the characteristics of international law. From our perspective, international law was, only emerging. International law was basically a law based on bilateral relations between two countries, and multilateralism didn't even exist as a notion. There were, first, signs of international cooperation in the shape of international organizations only emerging as the League of Nations. So with that in mind, our constitution determined how Latvians lived and continue to live in the 21st century, as it regulates our relationship with other countries that have reached the number of 210 countries, 10 countries nowadays, not all of them having their own national constitutional identity. Our constitution has emerged along the same lines as international law and international order. A turning point came, and Mr. Junzis already mentioned, with the constitutional momentum, the Declaration of Independence of the 4th of May 1990, which expressed the hope of the Latvian people that the international order of the 20th century slowly and gradually has evolved towards maintaining peace in the relations between the countries, excluding the possibility of war, thus bringing countries of all sizes, big and small, on equal footing to decide on the future of the civilization of the international relations law. Openness to international law is one of the basic principles of the Latvian constitutional order, as expressly mentioned by the Article 1 of the Independence Declaration. We recognize the supremacy of international law over the national law. This is what the declaration says. So from this point on, our international relations are based on the so-called monism approach, and we have consistently stuck with this approach in our legal science and case law. In Constitutional Court's case law dating back 20 years ago, Constitutional Court has already indicated that any state party to the international treaty must treat with dignity its commitments stemming from the agreements and other sources of international law. A country cannot put its national interests higher than the international commitments, and therefore Latvia must comply with international law requirements and apply them directly in our national legal system, although they have to be somewhat fit into our legal hierarchy. But if they have equal power, the supremacy will belong to the provisions that stem from international law. For Latvia, it is important to ensure that the rule of law grows stronger in international relations. The fact that we haven't gotten there is beyond doubt, looking at what is happening currently in the world. Therefore, Latvia must strengthen its foreign policy in a way that contributes to the international accountability of other states, reinforces international courts, and brings us back to the initial idea of UN Charter on creating a UN armed forces, which wouldn't be operational without the reform of the UN Security Council. And I can fully echo what Professor Junzis said, that UN platform here plays major role. And such foreign stance requires Latvia to become much more solidary with those countries and nations that are facing much more dire circumstances compared to Latvia. Our position on migration should be different and should be shaped otherwise. The fact that our constitutional matrix is based on the principle that all nations have freedom to decide their political on their political system and decide on their political, social, and economic future was in fact included in the second declaration of the 1919 May, where Latvia formulated its attitude towards international legal principles and in other rights rights, which were very much based on the values. And the main challenge of the European Union from the Latvian legal, political, and economic thought is the delegation of the competences to the European Union for ever closer Europe. European Union is a different kind of international organization. Its legal system is characterized by the constitutional elements. Contrary to international law, it is directly applicable, has direct effect, and has supremacy. It is based on equivalence, on equality principle, and system of checks and balances, where the CJA EU has the right to interpret the EU law and how it should be applied. In other words, the EU has all the necessary tools to efficiently apply its law, and as we can see from the case law of the European Union, as well as from the legislator of the European Union, in a number of processes or developments in Poland, Romania, and Hungary, it doesn't have the same weaknesses as the international law has. As we know, Satversme in 2003, and as Madam Kutsina already eloquently described, was amended, extended in order to allow Latvia exceed the European Union and make sure that Latvian legal system is compatible with the EU legal system. Satversme very clearly delineates and defines principles for the synergies and synthesis of the law. We must be open to the international law, but we have also fine-tuned this provision, and we are now open to EU law as well. Due to the specificity and peculiar nature of the EU law, it cannot be fit into the hierarchy of national legal sources, but it is something that needs to be always referenced whenever we refer to our national laws, because depending on which EU law we apply, our national legal interpretations will change and the application will be affected. And EU laws are now sort of crowding around the Article 68 of Satversme, waiting to be integrated. The EU law, not only primary law, is complementary, therefore, to Satversme, and in current case law, secondary legislation, insofar as it specifies the general principles, are subject to the framework of the Constitution. It is also apparent that Latvia and its constitutional court still has the right to continue aligning the development of EU law with the principles of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. It has been already mentioned that it is one of the provisions of the Article 68.2. Latvia seeks membership in the EU and other international organizations only if such membership strengthens our statehood, national identity, and sustainability as the nation, which leads to another notion. According to preamble, the first paragraph, second paragraph, and Article 68, and this constellation of these articles means that Latvia is an active participant of European integration processes, which follows these processes, is aware of these processes, it defends its own identity, the inviolable core of the Satversme Constitution. It also contributes to stronger cultural area and the common values underpinning this common cultural and legal area, which has been mentioned by the heads of both states, which have been also referred to in the Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union, and are fully aligned with the values that are enshrined in Constitution. So the international order of the 21st century is as follows. Latvia, despite its size, despite where it is, despite where it lives, is not just a passive bystander. It is maker of its own destiny. It is deeply involved in international processes, and all of the documents that have been adopted since we restored our independence require us to have our own unique position and stance and be able to defend our stance internationally as well, which again requires further reforms in education and science and requires us further developments when it comes to our government systems. The imperative nature of this change, in fact, stems from the Constitution itself, the 100 years of which we are celebrating this week and throughout this year. Thank you for your attention.
Paldies, Ziemelis kundze.
Well, thank you, Madam Ziemele. And now we have the concluding presentation prepared by two colleagues, Professor Ringolds Balodis, corresponding member of the Academy of Sciences of Latvia, and docent Jānis Pleps. And they will be speaking about the strong and weak points of Satversme. Madam Osipova, thank you, dear participants. Continuing what was said by Inet Ziemele, indeed, warm greetings to all of us on the centenary of the Satversme. Centenary of a constitution is a special event in the life of the state and society and are not celebrated too often. And to honor this event, we have prepared for quite some time. I and Professor Ringolds Balodis, and we have prepared a study, research, looking back into the first 100 years of the Satversme and outlining also some issues that call for improvements. Actually, this article could be very intriguing. We have synthesized our previous visions, and we have also announced new lines of research. We have been speaking a lot today about the history of the Satversme, but we believe that some points should be underscored anyway, as docent Edgars Dalonskis elegantly said. On the 15th of February, the Constitutional Assembly did not know yet that the Satversme was adopted. Only the first part of the Satversme had to be adopted. The second part had to go through the third reading. But it turned out that in April, the second part missed some votes. And then only we understood retroactively that the birthday had already occurred. Another point which is very interesting. I saw that our Polish colleagues and also Estonian and Lithuanian probably can name the main author of the draft constitution. But when we look at the Satversme, it is indeed a collective production, a co-work. And what's interesting, the improvements also had been introduced through proposals in readings. Again, very important matters have been decided during those sittings. Satversme is a very good text, so why did this coup d'etat happen? Well, I have to say, in a very modern sort of way, that the Satversme had very bad public relations. Very brilliant authors were supported reform of the Satversme, like Arveds Bergs and others. But even following coup d'etat, even a new constitution was promised. We see that the authoritarian regime continues applying the Satversme. The cabinet, as it were, takes over the functions of the Sejm and acts as the legislator when the term of mandate of President Albert Kviesis was ended. Ulman is reminded of it, like Satversme said, only 2 terms. And we also see that on other occasions the Satversme was applied, so it was in force, it was valid. And the Satversme was in force also throughout the period of occupation. The Latvian Central Council, as the leading center of resistance, based its activities on the Satversme. And at the time when when independence was restored, it's again quite interestingly that the Satversme, the old Satversme, is reinstated 50 years after occupation when independence was regained. It's an unprecedented event. Nowhere else you see this period, such a long period. And it's quite interestingly, again, that the decision on reinstatement of Satversme is taken 3 times. As Latvians say, 3 times, that means lucky. On the 4th of May, 21 of August, and on the 6th of July. And I can imagine how hard it can be to recall all those dates of the Latvian constitutional history, like these years, 1990, 1991, and 1993. And we believe and we advance the thesis that it was a very good thing that the old constitution was reinstated, that created very stable foundations for further development of the state of Latvia. The Satversme has amended several times. Very important amendments have been introduced to it. But the development, actually, we've seen that not amendments, but interpretation ensured development. We saw precedents and case law, and we also mentioned several times today the unwritten core of the constitution of the Satversme. The very formulation means that it was not formulated by the authors of the Satversme. This was an opinion by scholars of law, which was accepted in practice. The text of the Satversme is not perfect, it's not perfectly polished. We can find deficiencies in it, development of international law and also prohibition of aggressive war. This all suggests that improvements could be possible. And now Professor Balodis will continue and speak about such possible improvements. Oh, good afternoon. I will continue what my colleague, this topic that the colleague began discussing. Well, the studies that we have more than 100 footnotes and sources. It's very difficult to present it in a very laconic way. The whole idea why it was a reinstatement of the old Satversme was a good state. Well, according to Para 7 of the Declaration of Independence, if I'm not mistaken, it was stated that a new contemporary constitution should be adopted. But after the first reading, it was clear that the things were not going well, because this first draft constitution was, well, in a very drafted in a very Soviet style. So it's very good that this old Satversme was reinstated. Well, you can amend something, you can make it more effective. You have all possibilities for doing this. It depends upon taste and mood and even public pressure. In this case, we chose to speak about essential matters, but in the articles that will be printed, we'll be speaking about also court activism and other matters. But now, in this public part of the presentation, I would like to touch upon 3 matters: the legitimacy of power, or measures for promoting legitimacy of powers, and separation of powers. Number 3, regulation or improvements in the regulation on emergency situation. For effective development of a national state needs effective government, and inhabitants should be patriots of their country. It means confidence in the government and wish for continuous existence of its state. And here, the people should have national conviction of its power and roots and the possibility to determine one's fate. And it could be called also by a word which was introduced by President Levitz, the will to power. This is so you need to have this the will to state. The will to state. This can be instilled in the people by intensive propaganda, as it was done in Nazi Germany. But in a democratic state, this trait should be cultivated. in symbiosis between the people and the government. And the people should believe in its state power and its institutions. Otherwise, the people will only tolerate the power. And currently, we have a rather complicated situation developing. And if we were to ask what the people are thinking about the power, and we see that in sociological studies, there's we and them, and we don't believe in them. 75% of the people don't trust the state power, and the parliament and the government has had stable, low ratings in public opinion polls. What to do? It's not enough just to have amendments to the constitution. We should be thinking about how to restore the people's faith in their own power. And perhaps we should think about those thresholds set in the laws on the election, and also the laws on referendums and initiative of European citizens. We saw that also that when the referendum was held regarding the second official language, very complicated restrictions were imposed in the regulation, and now almost no referendums can be held. After 2012, this has stopped entirely. In the Satversme, actually, being afraid of the people, and here again, I can refer to our colleague Jakobsons, who described these very hard times. And the authors of the Satversme, or the fathers of the state, were quite heroic by choosing election of the National Assembly. Indeed, at the time, very leftist moods were felt in society, and actually large numbers of communists could have entered the parliament, returning us back to the Soviet Russia. And so these very high thresholds and quorums are set. And poet Rainis, who was one of the active members of the National Assembly and also in the committee for drafting the constitution, but whenever he took the floor, he spoke about referendums, and he said that a referendum is training of the people how to deal with political matters, and that's very important. That was one possible path, and the second one, and well, Yanis Plebs has not expressed his opinion on this. Well, I believe that we should have a president elected by the people, but he believes that this institute is not widely used today. And the president currently, for example, has proposed his representatives to the councils of institutions of higher education, and still much could be done in the area of separation of powers. My personal opinion is that the president should be elected by the people. I believe that would be another possibility to return people's faith in their own power and strengths. And again, the role of the president in the separation of power should be increased. In connection with the functioning of the Sejm, the parliament, Max Lebersons in his time mentioned that the construction of the Satversme has been made in a way that the president is a harmonious part of the parliament. We have this phrase in the United Kingdom, Queen in the Parliament. So we have the President in the Parliament. Another member of the Sejm, Paul Šiman, said that actually in Latvia, already since the moment when the Satversme was drafted at the committee of the Satversme, these two directions have been fighting, like absolutism of the Sejm and division of power. And he, if I'm not mistaken, he said this at the beginning of 1930s before the coup. And actually, we see that absolutism of the parliament of the Sejm is winning. But he believed that the other side would also become more obvious. So or the institute of the president of the state. And we still see that this fight is ongoing. We have discussions, but we are not the only ones like that. We know that in Estonia also discussions on the president elected by the people are ongoing. And so, because we know that the power is becoming very distant from the people, and there's no one who would bring it back to reality, and the one who could do that would be the president. Even if the number of the members, the number of votes of the Saima members would be increased. And another matter I wanted to mention was improving the regulation on crisis management. For 2 years already, we have been living in this crisis of pandemic, and there are many conclusions to be made. Also, from what was currently said by the Parliamentary Inquisitory Committee, but the main point is that actually Article 62 of the Satversme is speaking about situation of exception, and it is mainly, well, referring to a possible situation of war or some kind of unrest. And it has no mention of pandemic. And when at the Supreme Council, the law on a state of exception was drafted, the deputies looked at Article 62 of the Satversme and just copied, paste this regulation in this law on the state of exception. That's the law of 1992. And they were happy that they had dealt with it successfully. And in 1995, after some kind of, when the experience had grown and our people's representative had better understanding of the Satversme and application of it, they understood that the law was anti-constitutional, and then they just deleted it, the pandemic as well. Well, but that would deserve special presentation. Well, that would be a story how this law was drafted on the state of emergency, but unable to gain 2/3 set out in Article 66 of the Satversme for amending the Satversme. They just took the provision from the Satversme, all the procedures with respect to the state of exception, and so actually they also took over also the procedure from the Satversme regarding emergency situations. Well, but the state of exception, if it is defined in the Satversme, then the authors of the Satversme did it with some kind of purpose and meaning. And of course, if the Satversme had no provisions like this, then ordinary legislator could do as it would want to. But just to copy provisions like this, it means as a very slippery path. I remember Inet Ziemele once called one legal solution like this a very slippery road. And also in connection with the regulation on crisis. And now, looking back to the Constitutional Assembly, and its work had like 2 parts, and they were not closely interlinked. But with respect to Article 62, well, that was closely linked to Article 117, because this article dealt with restrictions on fundamental rights. And 170 referred to restrictions on fundamental rights at the time of state of exception. And restricting fundamental rights in emergency situation, it's a major problem. And another problem that I could mention here is that Article 81 was deleted, and the Constitutional Committee, which was mentioned several times already, it was headed by Egils Levits, and it functioned under the auspices of the President Zatlers. Actually, in the footnotes, they said it was not good to delete Article 81 with a successor norm. And actually, now we see that this is not even a slippery road. It's a slippery swamp because the Parliament is confirming all those long sheets approved by the government, orders on emergency situations. So the Parliament just assumes co-responsibility, and the parliamentary control over these acts is lost. We have had a couple of articles already on this. And so, actually, this excludes the Parliament from parliamentary control. If Article 81 had been retained in the Satversme, then after some time, the Sejm as a parliament could say, well, we can reconfirm this, but this is, we are not reconfirming, we are not approving of this, and so on. But actually, the president has already urged the Sejm to review the need for it. I don't know whether the Sejm will be able to do this in the turbulent times which are called pre-election times. But I hope that in the successive convocation of the Sejm, this should be done, because such slippery roads in the Constitution lead to serious legal risks. And this is really the best gift for those lawyers who will then turn to the Constitutional Court. So thank you for your attention. We tried our best to give you one joint presentation. And actually Gunnar Skusiņš, our colleagues, did not believe that we could really abide by those 15 minutes allocated to us. But I wish to all of you the best mood, not only today, but for the entire year. And let's be very creative in thinking about improvements to the Satversme. And actually, we are all very lucky. We have our own nation state, and it's very important for us to keep it like this.
Jā, paldies.
Thank you. That concludes our last speech, and I would like to thank in particular Mr. Balodis and Mr. Plebs, and I have the mission impossible to give you the closing remarks now. Today we celebrate, but this is also a work day. We celebrate the 100 years of the Satversme of the Republic of Latvia. We are researching, studying, comparing, analyzing our basic law, but we are, of course, celebrating our basic law. It is a well-deserved celebration. We worked hard to celebrate it. It is well-deserved not because legal experts, politicians, but because our nation deserves it. We have made a comparative analysis. We have researched how Satversme emerged in the cultural and historic context of Latvia and Europe based on common constitutional traditions and given the peculiarities of the constitutions in the Baltic region. Constitutionalism, which is the basis of a democratic state, has been the major achievement of Europe in last centuries, which opens the way for every individual to exercise and enjoy their fundamental rights and for those rights to be protected. During this conference, we have traveled from Europe to Latvia and Satversme as the source of the sovereign power of Latvian people. What's important, looking back at today's speeches, is now summarized in my last paragraph. Mr. Levits underlined the foundations upon which the Latvian state was built and continues to exist, and the foundations of the European Union. He underlined that values do not come out of thin air, that you have to defend the values, you have to develop values. Values are intrinsically linked to the legitimacy of the public administration of a specific country. You cannot voluntarily regulate them in the parliament or just amend them by a majority vote. They are deeply rooted in history, growing slowly, sometimes quickly, due to a revolution or a change of government. President also underlined the need to develop Latvia according to zeitgeist, or the spirit of the times, which means that our tasks are quite clear. In the future context, we should start discussing one minor but important addition to the Satversme, meaning the provisions about the fundamental rights in the digital domain. Federal President of Germany talked about the constitutional elements of the common legal area of European Union. He talked about preconditions, and he talked about common traditions that bound our countries. German nation has learned to appreciate the Weimar Constitution in recent years as the basis for a democratic and free Germany. And unsurprisingly, Lithuanian, Polish, and Estonian colleagues said the same. We are looking back at our first steps towards liberal constitutions and say that they were good enough, in fact. Well, looking at the Baltic constitutionalism, professors who have for many years collaborated on scientific projects with the University of Latvia, researching the constitutional traditions of Poland and the Baltic countries. Estonian legal historians were represented at the conference by Peter Järvelaid, who talked about the 1920 Constitution of the Republic of Estonia, the first constitution, as well as the current 1992 Constitution of Estonia and their core ideas and safeguards, constitutional safeguards. Professor Järvelaid talked about the core ideas of the Constitution, which have been transposed from the 1920 Constitution and fully integrated in 1992 Constitution in national independence, democracy, republicanism are those core ideas. Dainis Žalimas is the Lithuanian representative at this conference. He talked about the doctrine of supraconstitutionality, which does not conflict the principle of the supremacy of the constitution. It rather contributes or strengthens the constitutional pillar as part of the constitutional order based on the democracy, human rights, and independence. Although approaches to the sources of the constitutional law may differ, the Lithuanian doctrine of supranationality and impact on the constitutional identity shows that Latvia has stuck with main core values that it shares with the constitutions of other European countries, including Satversme of the Republic of Latvia. Polish constitutionalism was described by Professor Tomasz Podlocki, who described the 1922 Constitution of Poland, talked about its rise and fall, which led to the threats to the democracy and establishment of the authoritarian regime. And he also underlined that despite the following developments, the 1921 Constitution was a major achievement of the Polish state and became the basis for further integration of the Polish or consolidation of Polish nation and further attempts to break free of the heritage which meant, consolidating the country which was previously torn apart by Austro-Hungarian and Russian empires. And this constitution became the core for the consolidation and integration of the Polish nation. Latvia's way towards the Satversme was described by the professor of the University of Latvia. And he mentioned that the political system was very much based on the principles enshrined in the Satversme. Even before its adoption, Latvia was meant to be a democratic republic, which since provisional constitution was built as a parliamentary democracy. Constitutional Assembly emphasized, Professor Eriks Jakobsons described the historic context of the adoption of Satversme from the political, socio-economic point of view. He indicated the risks that we faced as a new state. He also underlined, and to me that of course explains a lot why people were so active voting for the members of the Constitutional Assembly. People hoped that, our wisest men will find a solution to how to build a country governed by rule of law, the country ravaged by the war, put its trust into the members of the Constitutional Assembly, giving them a huge credit of trust and legitimacy unprecedented in other countries. Professor Talos talked about the restoration of the constitution from the state continuity doctrine point of view. He underlined that non-recognition of the annexation and occupation allowed Latvia to shape its awakening based on international law, which was unknown to the Soviet lawyers here. And during the awakening, as we learned more about international law and got the support from Latvians who were trained and educated abroad and who could relay, very important information to Latvians that belonged to the awakening movement, we finally arrived at the state continuity doctrine that allowed us to restore the 1918 Republic and the 1922 Satversme. Associated Professor Irene Kutsinen has her speech underlined that Latvia's membership in the European Union is very important and has a strong impact on our legal framework and Satversme. She underlined the role of Satversme as the safeguard of the Latvian democracy. She also underlined that our understanding of the sovereignty and the delegation of competences has changed over time. Professor Ineta Ziemele focused on Satversme amid European and global processes. She underlined specifically the importance of Article 68 throughout the times. She talked about the preamble paragraph 1 and 2 together with the Article 68, which means that requires Latvia to be deeply involved in European processes and take care of the social integration while protecting its national identity and integrity, the inviolable core of the Satversme, while also protecting the common values of the European Union defined in the Article 2 of the Treaty on European Union. And the concluding speech was given by Professor Balodis and Professor Plebs, who looked back at the 100 years of Satversme, the legal experiences, political experiences, and the article, which will later be published. They have called this the balance of Satversme, looking at the pros and cons and sort of profits and losses of the constitution, as in the case of an enterprise balance sheet, putting risks against benefits and gains and future challenges to find the balance. And this last speech was more future-oriented, less retrospective. We started with a retrospective look at how our legal area emerged around our core, which is the Constitution, and how we gradually strengthened our country as independent, sovereign, democratic state, and how we came to a state governed and ruled by the rule of law. And then we ended up talking about the future and ways of further strengthening the rule of law. In conclusion, I would like to underline from a legal technology point of view, our constitution is a miracle. Satversme is a miracle. I'm surprised nobody mentioned it. In the last decades of the 19th century, Latvians in growing numbers went to study law abroad. They couldn't study it here in Latvia. They went to Tartu to study it in German. They could do it in Russian, in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and so on and so forth. German became the language of the Latvian intelligentsia along the Russian language, and Russian and German culture were the role models for the Latvian culture to a large extent. And the same approach continued throughout the beginning of the 20th century. And in 1980, when Latvian Republic was founded as a nation state, Russian and German languages were given a backseat, at least in the legal science, as the Latvian emerged as the main or dominating official language. So with the newly founded University of Latvia and legal training available there, Latvian language slowly and steadily came to dominate, overcoming various obstacles, came to dominate the legal science and was above German and Russian. And in 1920, when the Constitutional Assembly convened, we didn't have the legal language, and basically, we had to learn as we go or develop the terminology as we went along, which was absolutely miraculous. And if our constitution has flaws, those are not language flaws. The legal language, the legal Latvian in constitution is very clear, as it has been polished through numerous discussions and conversations of the members of the Constitutional Assembly, and they have indeed created a miracle. They have given us a legal future in which we are now, of course, and we should therefore honor the members of the Constitutional Assembly who worked in a spirit of collaboration and indeed made a real miracle. Let's celebrate Satversme today and throughout this year. It is really a matter of pride for all of us. Thank you all for very, very constructive work during today's conference. Thank you all.